Yeah. Good morning, Gladstone.
Morning, teacher. No.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 11th CSI-InApp International Student Project Awards. I request everyone to mute your audio as we are starting the process. It's the second day of a final round evaluation. Today we have 6 teams ready with their project presentations. Before we started off, let us have a recap. We started off this year's process with 740 plus projects and went through a 6-month process and shortlisted the top 13 projects among them. The final round evaluation was divided into 2 days. Each project team has 30 minutes allotted to them, specifically 10 minutes for the presentation and 20 minutes for the demo and Q&A by the judges. After this, the judges would discuss privately and score based on all the criteria. We evaluated 7 teams yesterday. Today, let us continue with the remaining teams. The projects will be evaluated by an eminent panel of 3 judges who are pioneers in their domain. The judges of the finals are, we have Mr. Satish Babu. Satish Babu is a co-founder and president of InApp. He is currently the chair of the Asia Pacific Regional At-Large Organization of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Satish has been an IT consultant, designer, developer, and trainer for 30 plus years. He is the founding director of ICFOSS, an academic research institution of the Government of Kerala. Satish was the president of the Computer Society of India for the year 2012-13 and is his Golden Jubilee Fellow in 2014. He was the IEEE Kerala section chair from 2011-12. I welcome you, sir, to the finals.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Gladstone Raj, presently serving as Associate Professor and Head Department of Computer Science at Government College, Nedamangad. He is the chairman, Board of Studies of University of Kerala and also chairman and member of various universities and autonomous colleges in Kerala. He served as resource person for more than 100 national international conferences, workshop sessions. He is a subject expert at CERT, Trivandrum, and technical advisor to Digital Data Flow System of DCE, Government of Kerala. He has over 20 years of experience in teaching and research. He has expertise in intelligent computing, data mining, modeling, and management. I welcome you, sir, to the finals.
Okay, Nanu.
Next, we have Dr. Elizabeth Shirley. Dr. Elizabeth Shirley is the director of Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala. She is also the director of International Center for Free and Open Source Software, Government of Kerala. She served as a chief investigator of several prestigious projects under the Digital India Corporation and Technology Development in Language Technology of Government of India. She has established and is heading 2 centers of excellence, Virtual Resource Center for Cognitive and Language Computing and Center of Excellence in Pattern and Image Analysis. It shows her deep passion and expertise in pattern recognition and natural language processing and automatic speech recognition system and medical image processing. She was the recipient of Eureka Fellowship, Rational Certified Trainer, and one among 7 scientists in India for eScience Grid Group, London. Welcome, ma'am, to the finals.
Thank you.
Finally, I welcome all the participants and viewers to the event, and congratulations to all participants who have qualified for the finals, and also wishing all the very best for your final presentations. Now, let us get started with the second half of the final evaluation of our CSI-InApp International Student Project Awards 2022. So, if everyone is ready, then we can start. So, for the first team for today, we have TOCH Institute of Science and Technology, Ernakulam, Kerala, to present their project on the topic We Speak, a Malayalam sign language detection and speech conversion system for the hearing impaired. So if the team is ready, then over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Who is the one presenting?
I'm the one presenting.
Okay.
You have 30 minutes in all, and we will strongly advise you to keep your presentation to 10 minutes. We can have discussions afterwards.
Okay, sir. Is my screen shared?
Yes, you can see it.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. So we are presenting our project We Speak. It's a Malayalam sign language detection and speech conversion system for the hearing impaired. So as the name suggests, it is very clear that our project is a service-based project. It acts like a bridge that joins the speech impaired community to the general public, where they can have a very good and normal conversation without any hurdles. So as we know, sign languages have a lot of difficulties when it comes to having a proper conversations. First of all, the speech impaired people really need to show their sign languages to the people, and as a general population, we need to know the sign languages as well to understand. Hello, excuse me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I continue?
Please.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the sign language is very helpful for easing the communication between the speech impaired community and the general public. But when it comes to the core of it, they really need to know the sign language as a basic. But we know if we take 10 people, for example, 8 out of 10 people doesn't really know if any sign language at all, and most of them doesn't even know if sign language exists at this point. So we need any model to accurately convert and predict what the person is saying, and to rely that on to the normal people in order for them to understand what the person is saying. So in order to solve this problem, we can build up an effective ML model, machine learning model, for accurate conversion of the gesture to speech. And what basically is happening inside is object detection and masking, and ultimately we need a text to speech API to get the voice output, so that ultimately the end result, the person will get what the speech impaired person is saying with their gestures in a speech format. So it will be very easy for them to have a conversation, very easy for them to carry on what they're saying without any hurdles or barriers, which, as in our project, is the sign language, which everyone doesn't really know. So these are the implementation of how our project is going to happen. So we first take the image dataset creation. So we know that Malayalam sign language is having 63 gestures of all those symbols, which we included additional 2 gestures for space and nothing in order to have the gestures stop and to create words and to concatenate all the letters to form words. So total we have 65 gestures, and we created these gestures, and then we leads to the bottleneck file creation. It is nothing but we need or convert these images into an array format, so that it will be easy for them to load the files and make use of that in a useful format by reducing all the redundant data. And then we load the inception model, which is a model that we are using for doing our project. And then we train and create our model in order to create a graph, and we create the labels that are the bottleneck creation file labels, and we then define the TensorFlow session forward to create that. And then we do the background subtraction, and then we do the skin filter in order to identify the gestures. For that, we need to first identify the hand. So we do a skin filter to get the skin texture, and then we get we load the tensor graph, then we pass the image to the tensor, then we get the top label and percentage in order to identify which gesture is having the more percentage, in order to get which gesture is being the one that is being shown by the person. And then we check that with the dictionary to get the Malayalam keyword of that particular gesture. And then we check for the space gesture, which denotes whether our gestures is getting to a close or an end, or in order to get an idea that if a word is being formed. And then we pass the string to Google text to speech ultimately to get the gestures in a voice format in order to get and play the audio of what the corresponding gesture is. So these are the basic technologies that we have used in our project, which are the inception model, the Python, the basic programming language that we have used, and the Google text-to-speech API for conversion of text to speech, and then OpenCV for image processing and manipulation. So this is the inception model, a brief diagram of that. So inception model is like an advanced trained model of a CNN. It's a convolutional neural network. So the advantage of using inception model over other CNN models is that we have a choice of using different operations and transformations at the same level. We know convolutional neural networks are like stacked up one layer after another, but in inception model, instead of going deeper, they are going wider. So at each level, we can use, at this diagram shows, in each level we can use multiple operations and multiple transformations, and then we can concatenate each and every level in order to go deeper and wider. So the advantage of going wider is we can try out different operations. Ultimately, it will be advantageous to our project and it increases our accuracy as well. This is a basic screenshot of our project. We are basically showing the gesture and we get the current word and the score of how much accuracy it really has. It's a basic demo. Yeah, I'm trying to load. Okay, so this is the demo video. Trying to show the audio as well. So we are basically showing the gestures, and ultimately the speech is being conveyed of that corresponding gesture. Is it audible? Is the video audible? So
No, there is no audio. See, if you can hear the audio, then we can hear it through your mic. So ensure that you can hear it.
yeah, I can hear the audio.
Then why are we not able to hear through your mic? We can hear you speak.
I can hear the audio. Is it audible? No.
Can you increase the volume?
Yeah, it's already maxed out. Same system.
See, in any case, what we're viewing is a video, not a demo. A video is not a demo. A demo is when you can show us live what your software can do.
Yeah, sir. Sure, this is a demo video, and after the presentation, I'll show you the demonstration as well. Okay, sir. So can I continue forward?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So this is a future scope. So currently we are focusing only on Malayalam Sign Language. It is an exclusive for Malayalis to have their conversations done in a normal conversation format. Additional to that, we can also. Okay. So addition of other regional sign languages, it can also be modified to adapt with every environment. Excuse me, sir.
Yep.
I'm getting interference from other project group as well. So
You want your colleagues to be present?
okay, so this is the future scope. Addition of other regional sign languages. We are modifying to adapt with every environment as well. And also to reduce the noise, we are also going to adapt with each and every environment so that we can have an ease conversation with every environment, irrespective of the noise and the motion surrounding it. So that's all for the demonstration. I'll pass on to Najia for a brief demonstration.
Anaga is muted. What happened?
Yeah, we cannot hear anything. We're waiting for the.
Excuse me, sir. I'm getting interference from other projects. I'm hearing other project going on right now. I don't know what is happening. See.
No, we're not able to hear anything.
No. We don't have any other projects running at the same time.
We can't hear anything else. It's probably from your machine only. But your colleague can continue, even if you have a problem. We can see your hand, but we can't see the program itself.
Amamanga.
Is the voice conversion taking place at this time when you show
What, ma'am?
voice conversion?
Yes, it is happening.
But we can't hear that.
Ka.
Or the
Yeah,
text.
we did hear something now.
Oh, okay. Okay, sir.
Voice to text conversion, it's coming it on the screen while you're showing.
Okay, so this is the basic interface of our project. So Nadia is currently showing the gesture.
Ka.
It says
Was that
ka.
audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But text conversion also you have done it.
Yeah, it is there on the screen, right
Yeah.
at the bottom of the image.
I didn't see
It is right there. Letter ka. Score.
Just show it again.
So now below trashing window.
Yeah, here, right at the bottom, current word.
Yeah.
Drag and block it. That ka. Ir. So what does the score signify?
Score signifies our accuracy level.
And what does 0.279 signify? Is it high or low?
It's very low, sir.
Okay.
I mean, the F score is very low. That means concerning this, our lowest activation score. So going from 0 to 1, higher the score means lower the accuracy, higher the error. So here we have 0.2. That means we have higher accuracy and lower percentage of error. So for example, instead of 0.279, if we get like 0.9 or something like that in the order, that means it has a higher percentage of error. So this was something for us to learn. How can we improve the accuracy? So while doing these letters, we'll be able to know if there is a higher percentage of error showing these gestures. So we'll be able to correct in our future iterations. So
are you saying that it is inverse? That is, the lower the score, the more accurate it is?
Yes, sir.
No, lower the error score.
Yeah.
So then how? What about your F1 score?
F1 score is high, man.
Okay, how much you got it?
We got around 0.8, I guess.
This you would have highlighted.
Okay. Am I audible now correctly, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. There was some slight issue with my audio controls. Now it's good, I guess. Okay.
So
I just wanted to.
Are you through your presentation? Then we can take questions.
Okay, so I'm done with my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just so where is your Google Assistant? I mean, the conversion part to work. When
it was
have audio, this has to be converted into text, and also you have taken only the letters, and how do this word identify it?
Okay. So basically, we've done 65 gestures instead of 63, which was a Malayalam gestures. So additional to the 63 gestures.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you said gesture, it is misleading, because what we have in Malayalam, the niche developed thing, is only static images. They are not gestures. Gestures imply motion. So you are repeatedly referring to gestures. They are not gestures, actually. Sorry.
Okay, static images.
Where did you get these images?
We developed that ourselves. We go into the niche website and we stumbled upon a different types of static images of different Malayalam sign language, and we created that ourselves. Our team members are of 4, and we each take like 10 static images of the Malayalam symbols, and we created that of our own from scratch. So because there was no.
You have taken only 5 set. So maximum is 10 into 10 or 4. How many you have?
We are 4 members.
4. So 4 into 5. That's the only images you have?
No, ma'am. Each person have taken 100 gestures of their own.
Okay. Each person.
And then we augmented that by rotating and flipping so that we get a huge amount of data set. So that some of the advantage of flipping the images as well is that we'll be able to show high accuracy when it is in the front camera. For in future, if you're trying to integrate that to a mobile phone, if you're using a selfie camera, it will be useful for that as well. So that we flipped the images in addition to the normal images as well.
What are the words you have taken? Sorry, not words, letters.
We've taken all the 63 Malayalam letters that are currently there, including our.
You told that only 5 you have taken it for.
No, no. We have taken all the letters.
All the letters. 63 plus 2.
Yes.
You have also mentioned about 63 plus 2.
Yeah. Total 65 gestures or classes are there. 1 for space and 1 for nothing. Space is basically used to concatenate the letters. So what we are basically doing is we take a particular image for a particular Malayalam letter and let it be R or E, whatever. And then what we are basically doing is we show our hands again, and for the gestures. So what basically the model will try to do is they will concatenate that with the current symbol or current Malayalam letter. So if I show, for example, if I take my name, if I show R first, it will take the R into a particular and store somewhere. And if you show the next letter for Na, it will concatenate that with the R, and it will continue forward as long as we show the gestures until we show the space gestures. So
okay, so that's what I just want. Yes. So now you have in your demo you have shown only the letter. So you have not shown the word. So after that, the word concatenation part you have not shown. Have you done it or?
Yes, we have done it. With the space gesture, we can concatenate letters to form words. Yes, we have done that.
But then why you have not, shown that? That is your final result. That's what I feel.
Yeah, in the demonstration, Najia showed that, but I think the audio was not clear at first. But it was a word actually in Anna, something like that. If we want, we can try. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how many words you have stored it in your database for that?
Okay, ma'am, the use of space gesture means we doesn't really have to store the word as such. Instead, we can club the letters to form words. So that means infinite possibilities for us to form words instead of storing a small amount of words as such as gestures inside our database.
Okay, coming to the technology part, you have told that you have used inception model.
Yes, ma'am.
And that also combines with the convolution. So, and also you told that you have got that, you can change the convolutions or operations like, have you done any attempt on changing the convolution or any other operations on your model?
Yeah, first we try to do the inception model. We try to create our in a 5x5 convolutions. We try to go wider and we take the gestures and we try to do soft maxing, max pooling and so on. And we try to check our H score and try to do our accuracy rate, and higher the accuracies we stick on with the given operations.
No, that's it. See, any model will do like that. Have you done any modifications on that model? Or have you come up with your own architecture, maybe changing any activation function or changing an operations like that, or pooling the metrics metrics size, you have changed it as per your requirement?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we try to do. It was actually we take the GoogleNet inception model. It was in 3x3 convolutions. We try to do increase the convolutions to 5 by 5 in order to take our large database which we have created. Other than that, we haven't applied any new add-ons at the operations. We stick on with the inception model as it is from the
Okay,
Google Lens.
okay. So when you have changed to 5 by 5 model, the pooling, pooling has improved it, or a pooling layer has been changed it?
Yes, ma'am. We have to go into the detail, but in the scratching, from the scratch, we have to do the max pooling as well for the layers to concatenate in order to provide a more accuracy level. But it really doesn't show much improvement from the 3 by 3 model. So
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
But finally, you have to again reduce it to 3 by 3 and all, even though you
Yeah.
started with the 5 by 5.
Yes, ma'am. Because why waste computational cost if there is no improvement? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Dr. Gladson, over to you.
Okay. How you have performed the background removal?
Yes, sir. So what we have done is we have a YCRCB model, which basically does the luminosity and chromaticity of our surroundings. So instead of going with the normal RGB scale, we've done with the YCRCB model because we need to have that correct preciseness of our contrast and chromaticity of our objects. So we first done and tweaked the values of YCRCB for the luminous values and chromaticity blue and red in order to match the Indian subcontinent skin color. So we'll be able to identify the skin filtering of our objects. And then what we did is we done a background subtraction of that. So focusing on the foreground object, we passed this our image and we done all the background as black. And then we passed this image into a normal RGB face so that only the foreground image will be taken as color and will be taken more emphasis and the background image will not be taken. So by that way, we'll be able to avoid or focus on only on our foreground object, which is our hand gesture, and avoid whatever happening in the surroundings. So in order to increase
Is it necessary? Yeah. Is it necessary
Yes,
that you have to go with the color image to do the same process? Whether it is mandatory that you have to go with the color image?
No, sir, it was not mandatory, but we tried that in order to increase the
Are you
accuracy.
getting any advantage over? Are you getting any advantage if you are using color image as such?
Yes, sir, because we'll be able to identify the hand gestures very easily compared to if we take the black and white images and so on. And we know
Is it so? Okay. Is it so? Have you ever noticed the speed of processing, your success rate as well as the speed of your performance of your application, the algorithm? Have you ever noticed?
Yes, sir. It wasn't that bad. I mean, we considered using binary images in order to transfer that, but the accuracy rate was almost the same as conversion of this by using background subtraction. So we got the same
during the
result.
demonstration. No.
Yes,
During
sir.
the demonstration, what I found is that your model computationally is very complex, right? That is okay. It is taking much time for identifying a single character itself. It is taking too much time. When you think of the speed at which the gestures are coming, so it takes much time for processing, and you won't get an real time feeling, right? When you are using your application, that is what my feel is. Actually, how did you arrive at the inception model, or how you have choose this? I don't know why. Because the main problem with the inception model, have you ever noticed that? What is the main problem with the inception model? Normally, when it is used with machine learning, such kind of applications, what is the issue with that?
Usually with inception model, the problem that I found was high computational cost compared to
actually,
other models.
exactly. This is the overfitting is another issue, right? You need to provide more data to accurately or overcome this kind of overfitting. That is why what you have made the application when we think of the performance, it is very slow. And as the madam rightly pointed out, if you are trying to identify words, probably it makes more time and very not that much easy for the person who understand what he has said or not. So I do believe that one thing you have to do, you have to think of why can't we think of binary, converting into binary, so that the processing maybe you can save processing time. That may be one of the possibility of improving the computational complexity of your algorithm, so that you may be able to overcome the overfitting issue also. right? Those are my suggestions. So then only we will get a real feeling that okay, this application may be worked right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks very much. I'd like to know, what are the use cases that you think this can be used for?
Okay, so basically we can take an administrator and an end result end customer, and we can have a basic training part where they can show their gestures and can train. That is being done by us, the developers, and as an end result, the customers will be able to practically implement this for using their project for correctly identifying the gesture. And also we can integrate our project with a GPS module for using
No, you're talking
self-communication.
generalities. I want a very specific implementation aspect as to where you can use this. In what context? Is it a classroom? Is it a kind of in retail? Where can you use this? Given the performance of your system, where do you think you can use it? And who can use this?
Almost everyone can use it right now, because basically what we are showing in the video is being converted to speech as in real time. So any speech impaired person can be able to use this and get a result. So I think it will be more accurate.
Okay, you're saying speech impaired person. So you're targeting this application for speech impaired persons. Is that right?
Yes, sir. As a service-based project,
Okay.
in order to targeting them.
Now, how are they going to use this? Are they going to carry this around in their mobiles? And are they
Yes,
going
sir.
to use your hand kind of static images for spelling out things?
Okay, currently we are focused on using that on a PC, so they wouldn't be able to carry that around with their phones. But we have updated our data sets with flipped images as well, so that for in the future, for to use that in the selfie camera. So we are trying to do that by can use Flutter and other programs.
You are kind of going all around. I want a very specific application where you can. This is useful. Any context
Yes.
where it can be practically used. You're
Yeah,
saying carry it around, so it has to be in a fixed place.
Yes, sir. So I think,
yeah.
Yes, sir, I get your question. So I think a speech impaired person can use this in a system. So in a place where they couldn't move much. So I think a classroom will be much better for a person to show this, and the students will be able to correctly identify that. In our current level of our project, it will be more useful in a static setting where no dynamic motion is going on. So a person walking around or carrying wouldn't be able to do or do our project right now, because we haven't integrated that in the mobile phone. So yes.
Okay, so the performance, as has been pointed out, there is a bit of a
Yes,
problem in the time that it takes. Now, if you're going to spell out words, it's going to take an enormously long time to kind of practically be able to do that. So how do you fix this problem?
Yes, sir. So what we can basically do here is, first of all, as Gladson sir pointed out, we can try to eliminate this high complexity by using binary images directly, so that we could somehow reduce the complexity of our project. And also we could have a very big data set. I mean, currently we are having a big data set, but we could add on more gestures and augment that in different angles and different areas with different skin textures, so that we would be able to have more accuracy, and the computational cost can be reduced, and the refresh rate will be high as well. So
okay, so thanks very much. Does the jury members have any other questions?
Not anymore.
Okay, so thanks very much for your work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So now the team can leave, and the judges please enter the breakout room to discuss and score. The next presentation will be at 9:45.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team.
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല.
So, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
One second. So if everyone is ready, then we can start.
Yep.
Okay. So now I welcome the team from Mount Zion College of Engineering and Technology, Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu, to present their project on low-cost insulin pump. Over to you, team.
So, good morning to one and all. And I'm Abdul from Mohanjan College of Engineering and Technology from Tamil Nadu. So, I'm here to present the low-cost insulin pump for the CSI-InApp Awards. And the problem definition, let's get started with the problem definition. There are two type of people who is suffering from the diabetics, and one is type 1 and type 2. And type 1 are the small children. They have born with this kind of deficiency, and type 2 are elder people. They are either born with this deficiency, or by the improper food they might get diabetics. And these are the two type of peoples. These both need actually a special care, a special person to take care of them, and they also need additional person to care them. So for elder people it is fine that they need additional care, it is fine, right? So many of children do take care of their parents, right? So for children it is very complicated. Even for going school as a normal school, they cannot go to the school, so they need a special care always. So instead of special care, we can actually use a machine to take care of them. That's what we have done. And things they need to carry, if they are trying to travel from one place to another place, then they need to carry insulin injection and glucose meter and other stuffs to carry from one place to another place. They need to be very concerned that they should not have missed any things. So they need to be very sharp at that one. And this is also a little burden things for them. And if they wanted to use the existing insulin pump that is available in the market, is very costly, and it is cost from 60,000 to 1.5 lakhs, which is not affordable by the people as from the normal class. Also, they offer this infusion set as in the cost of 3,500 to 4,500. So every week they cannot afford this kind of infusion set too. So we have overcome this problem, and we made it in a low cost thing. So the proposed solution of the project is our main motive is to make this insulin pump very affordable, so that every people can use this kind of gadgets to just carry their life as a normal people. So we also wanted to develop a low cost infusion kit, so that 4,000 infusion kit can be affordable, like 200 300 rupees in so that people can use it in daily wages. So we wanted to make it very comfortable and compact and easy to carry. So it should not disturb people. The existing insulin pump, I have actually got chance to use this in original insulin pump. I felt it very heavy, and it is very hard to operate it from the offline mode. So we also wanted to introduce an app that can control the insulin pump. So this is how we have implemented. First, we wanted to develop some prototype. At first, we wanted to make sure whether it is possible to bring the original insulin pump into the new insulin pump. So we wanted to develop something very easy to develop. So like we got small things and easy things which are available in the market, like plunger, 3D printing, and the node MCU and the servo 360 motor to uh, bring the insulin pump. And so we have successfully completed the prototype one, which is like it is in a working condition, but it cannot be used in the patient. So we are further developing this concept into the newer prototypes. So technologies we have used is 3D printer for 3D printing the cases, and these are the 3D printer samples. And we have used node MCU in the node to control the insulin pump, and we have attached this node MCU with the insulin pump, so it can control the insulin pump. And we have developed our application, mobile application, using Flutter and Firebase for the database, and Tinkercad to design these kind of plungers and this kind of gadgets we wanted to print in the 3D printer. So right now we are looking on the screen as prototype 2 design. So this is what we are going to implement it further, and mobile application using the Flutter. So we have developed two options currently working on the mobile application. One is to this is a actual application to control and connect this insulin pump, and it has two options like refill options and bolus. We will see the live demo on of mobile application when we are in the demo mode. So before starting the demo, I wanted to show how to install this infusion kit. At first, we can see that the images that is arranged parallelly. So the first image is to install the patch on the stomach. You need to install that patch. And the second image is the infusion kit. You need to connect the reservoir and infusion kit. You need to pull out that air actually from the infusion kit. Then you have to connect the infusion kit with the patch that has been already installed in the stomach. And later you need to connect the reservoir to the insulin pump so that you are ready to go. So let me start with the demo. So this is the node MCU. It is a control unit for the insulin pump. So by supplying power, this is a power source I'm taking from. So after connecting, you will get an indication light of blue color, which means that it is connected right now. So it will connect to the Wi-Fi right now. So to connect the database, we need internet, right? So it will connect to the Wi-Fi, and then it will connect to the database. That is our Firebase. It will connect to the Firebase, and later this, and you can see this insulin pump, right? This is the model we have made it, and this is the plunger. Actually, it is a separate part of plunger which moves upside down to pump the insulin pump, and this is the 360. You can actually see it is moving right now upside, right? So it is moving out upside right now to pull out the insulin. So this is a reservoir kit which is filled with the insulin. Right now it is filled with water. We didn't practice with the original insulin. So let me start with the app first. From app right now, I'm going to refill this section. So when I install it, start to refill, right? Can you notice this one? It is pulling back the plunger to downside. So now it is refilled, and you need to install the infusion kit right now. We just filled it with insulin. Need to add some little more. So this is how it will start to drop it by drops by drops. So currently it is like refill option. Like till tip, we want to give the till option. I think this deficiency. So let me refill the insulin to back again. This is how you refill this insulin. Just you need to install and you need to pass the air in between them. You can see the droplets. Now I'm trying to connect with this one, the original insulin, the prototype we have developed. So can you see the droplet right now? So this is how the insulin actually works. This patch will be connected to the body, then they can actually see this kind of things. And yeah, the current insulin value from the insulin pump can be noticed from the app, and the bolus option actually, you know what is bolus, right? So if you want to eat heavy food and you need additional insulin, then you can actually add this insulin from this application itself. You need to just name this insulin and what kind of insulin that has been suggested, then you need to mark the source. You can give up to 5 mg for the bolus. You cannot give more to. Then you need to choose the time when you want to insert this kind of things. Then it will automatically like push the insulin in the correct time. So this is how it works. So let me start with the future scope. That currently we are trying to make it as possible as the existing insulin pump. That is, the existing insulin pump runs as a 24/7, which means it always keep on running. So we wanted to make it more power consumption. It should not consume more power, and it should be very like the motor, right? The motor will be continuously pushing the insulin. So we wanted to design a motor in such a way that it should not consume more power, and it will also uh, move parallelly accordingly. And yeah, we also developed a special control unit. We are currently developing this special control unit, which will consume less power as used in the original insulin pump. And further, we are actually trying to plan more features that is like the wireless charging in the insulin pump, and yeah, much more in the future. So it also have 9% of on annual component rate. So this insulin pump might get brighter in future. Yeah. So thank you for your valuable time. Any questions, sir?
Yeah, thank you. So we will open now for questions.
Yes.
Yeah, Rahman, good presentation. And see, I just wanted to know, because when we talk about the, when the time you need the extra dose or bolus, so how do you control that? Because so one time after the lunch, I have seen that my, sugar level is high. Then again at the night also I've shown, but there should be some control over there. And how do a clinical authentication takes place in your that controlling that level of medicine or the level of insulin we need to take?
So it will actually, it has another value. I'll show you in the database. So this is the bolus. Right now it is in 0. If you want any extra bolus, then it will actually increase this value to the bolus level, how much you want. It will also, it will not actually take more than 5. So If you want to insert insulin, then you need to just insert a value to the bolus. From the app itself, you can actually do that.
It can be personalized. You can do it from our own.
From our own app.
Yeah.
Yes, right, ma'am. Right now, it is not in the working condition, but it can be actually pushed right now. If you want, I can show the demo by changing in the database itself. Can I show, ma'am?
Okay, I understood that. Yeah. But still, how I mean, now I'm really in and how the clinical, authentication comes in there.
Okay, ma'am. So you wanted
This
to
is
know
your
whether
set
it's
it here
very,
about
if a person should not be killed like with the extra bolus, right?
yeah.
You are pointing to that. So the thing is, we are also trying to make it as an encrypt as it is. So we have been working in 6 months in the project, and we right now we wanted to produce the prototype 1. We are concerned about these things, and we are actually working on these things to pass the value. So right now, in a simple step, I have included like 5, and this value, if it is passed right now, the maximum value of 5 is passed to the insulin pump, then it will take a little more like extra time to inject the next bolus. So this is how we are planning for the bolus more, and we will improve it in later things. But we are concerned about it.
Okay, that's from my side, Dr. Gladson.
Okay. Actually, you have developed a prototype, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is your contribution in the prototype? Whether you have taken from any paper and just implemented, made a prototype like that, 3D printed an equipment, or you have added anything to that?
Yes, sir. We actually added things like we wanted to bring it in a simple IoT thing. So this prototype is very simple design, but we wanted add this IoT to the prototype. So we have made the contribute towards the projects.
Not adding IoT is not that much, consider as a contribution to that, but still. Again, can you make can you name that this equipment as an intelligent equipment and smart equipment?
Yes, sir. If the current prototype is not smart that as the original insulin pump, the further development of this project will be very smart. Like we are also including wireless chargers. Wireless chargers are pretty common that are evolving future from the current trend. So we will increase the breadth of this breadth of this insulin pump, and we will add more future. I'll name it as an intelligent product to service. Yeah.
The charging may not be that much tough to make, right?
Like
Still,
charging
some
is
of the features. Okay, what are the features you plan for a future, to make it smarter, more smarter?
more smarter. We wanted to we wanted to use the regular battery so that people can charge.
No, forget about the battery and the power charging part. The other part, think about.
Okay, sir. We
Apart from
wanted to
that.
connect. Apart from that, we wanted to do more analytics things to this thing, that you can actually notice when your sugar level is high and when your sugar level is low. And we are also trying to add. So we are also trying to add CMG, which is automatic controlling. It is actually CMG as a system, which is like continuous glucose monitoring system, which helps to monitor your sugar level in a hour basis, so that if your sugar is really high and insulin pump is keep working, but there is no reaction in your body, then it will automatically connect to the doctor, and it will pass those values to the doctor and your guide, so that the nearby people or a guide can help you to overcome that hard situation. Can you understand?
What do you think? Okay, what is necessary to make an upgradation in this equipment to make it smarter, like judging the health condition or the glucose level of a body, and make decision accordingly or set the parameter accordingly? What is necessary to have?
Sir, this will actually help people to even live, sir. So what we can say that it will actually help people to be in the normal life, right? So they no need additional support or extra support from other people to survey. So they just need an equipment to survey. Just if they want to insert the injection, then they will pass the value to the insulin kit, right? So this is how smart it is.
No, but Abdul Rahman, okay, think in that way. We have in market now, there are certain smart insulin pumps which are available. And when
Yes,
an
yes, sir.
a software part or an application is attached with, we expect okay much from that. No, because the computational or the technical part you have to look into so that you can make the equipment okay more technologically advanced. That is the only one option in front of us. The other part probably what are the things which you have mentioned, and most of the things are incorporated in insulin pumps right now with the help of technological advancement like sensing and things like that. But the computational part okay, you have to address. That thing has to be incorporated. That may be my advice for your future direction,
Sure,
so
sir.
that okay you can feel that as a computer science graduate or a technocrat, you can add
Yes, sir.
some value to the equipment, right? That may be one of the
Yes, sir.
things
Sure.
you have to think. Apart from
Yes,
okay
sir.
fixing making a prototype, simple prototype like that, okay, just to control the insulin pump may not okay worthwhile. If you are making some judgment, some intelligent decisions, based on the values or predict something, so that may be helpful. That an ordinary equipment cannot provide. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much. So I have a question on what prompted you to take up this project? Did any of you have diabetes? How many people are there in the team?
Sir, we have 3 people in the team currently working in this project. One is for hardware designing, and another one was for in the software front-end development. And so currently we are 3 members.
And what prompted you to take up this project?
Sir, we wanted to continue with this project because of our director, sir, and one who used the original insulin pump. And he stated that he can afford because he have money, but poor people cannot afford these kind of gadgets. And it was very useful for him to use. So even though he surveyed with the original insulin pump with almost 5 years. So he wanted to, sorry, he wanted us to develop in a low cost, sir.
So what will be the cost of this product if you kind of productize it fully?
So we are planning for 35,000.
35,000. Mm-hmm. But you're not planning to what was just mentioned is CGM, continuous glucose monitoring, which is based on a something that you wear. It's a wearable IoT device, and with that we can get information on the continuous blood sugar, and it's a very rich data that comes out. And with that you can actually monitor and predict also using some
Yes,
kind of machine learning.
So far we have not planned anything regarding continuous monitoring system, but in future we will develop, sir. We are also looking for the new kind of sensor that is available in the market. So we will adapt to the new technology to carry on this project, sir, with the continuous glucose system.
Right. So thank you very much. So
Thanks so much.
Thanks for the work, and yeah, bye.
Thank you.
That is a very interesting topic. Thank you, team. Now the team may leave and the judges please enter the breakout room to discuss and score. The next presentation will start at 10:30.
So for the attention of the InApp team, the judges will discuss at 12:30 to 12:45. There's one more project in the afternoon, but I will not be able to join that presentation. And we don't have time after that presentation to discuss. So we will discuss on at 12:30 and do a preliminary thing. There's one more project pending. We are aware. And if if that project is going to be radically outstanding, then we will continue discussions over email or on Monday to finalize. Otherwise, we'll finalize it after the afternoon presentation. Is that okay?
So is it possible to show the presentation at 1? If everyone is available at 1, then we can.
No, 12:30. This one is finishing at 12:30, right?
Yeah.
You are asking about last presentation can be preponed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Last
So
presentation.
If you can make it at 12:30, then that's also okay.
Yeah.
At
Then okay, sir.
12:30.
Yeah.
12:30, they can have the presentation 12:30.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So that immediately after we can finish.
Yes.
That may be another option, right? That may be a better option.
I mean, the 5th presentation will end at 12:45 only. So the last presentation could be at 1.
12:45. Okay.
Is it possible?
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. So 1 to 1:30.
Yeah,
That's okay with me. How about others?
If it is
Is okay for me.
okay.
Agreeable.
See, ask them to come at 12:45. If the judges finish discussions immediately, then they can join even before 1 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you. So if the judges are ready, then we can start the next presentation now. Is it possible? So Hello, are the judges there? The judges are ready, then we can start.
I'm here. Are we ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. So next on the schedule is the team from Sri Ramakrishna Engineering College, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, presenting their project Deep Wrap-Up, Automatic Document Summarization with Animations. Over to you, team, if you're ready. Who is the one presenting?
Myself, Pramila.
Okay, I'll make you co-host now. You can start presenting.
Okay. Is the screen visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. So our project is Deep Wrap-Up, automatic document summarization with animations. So my teammates are Pramila, Preeti, Pritika, and myself, Preeti. Next. So we have come across several different types of documents. So creating a summary for the given content for everyone, which is useful in getting a quick relevance of the document for their intended need. So the manual process of creating the summary can take weeks or even months. So the problem statement, the solution for this problem is to design a natural language processing software that can scan the text in seconds and determine what to extract.
So here is our proposed solution. A proposed solution consists of 4 types of summaries. First is extractive summary, then abstractive summary, and summary with images, and generating videos from the images generated. So this technique combines the benefits of several branches of summarization. So it will balance the informativeness and conciseness of the text. And it will help the people to free from the complicated topics and decrease the time spent on the complicated topics and focus more on the important ones.
So now let's take a look at the modules of a project. So we have divided our project into 2 modules. The first module is summary generation. So we provide 2 types of summaries: extractive summary, which consists of sentences from the text, and abstractive summary, which consists of new sentences. And the second module is the video generation. So from here, what we do is we generate the images from the summary, and these images are converted into video with the audio of the summary text. Next.
Next, we'll see how extractive summary is getting generated. First, stop words are removed from the extracted content and each word is reduced to their root form. Then a frequency table is formed by counting the frequency of each word and storing them in a dictionary. Next, the sentences are tokenized and they are stored in an array. Next, we calculate the weighted frequency of each sentence and store the sentence score in a dictionary. Then, after calculating the threshold value, the sentence whose threshold value is greater than the calculated threshold value are taken for summarization. Finally, the summary gets generated.
So abstractive summary is the one which generates completely separate text that is shorter than the original text. It creates new sentences like humans do. So what we use T5 transformers for abstractive summary. So what is the process is like, first the input text is converted into a list of integers. So in this list of integers, a beam search is performed. From the beam search, the summary is generated, which is very short and information rich. So from the image, we can see here the first image represents the list of integers, which is generated from the T5 transformer, which is the encoding process. And next one is a generated summary, which is the decoding process, which is done using beam search.
Now we will see about image generation. Generated summary from extractive summary, the image is getting generated. Now from the generated summary, the sentences are tokenized and 0, 1, 2 according to index values. Next, using for each sentence, we train using clip model, contrastive language image pre-training. It is a neural network model. Then the sentence is the text encoder. It embed the text in the sentence and it convert into a short length of sentence. Then using an image encoder, we generate images for the sentence. We take images from Unsplash dataset. It is an open source dataset, and it is made up of over 250,000 plus contributing global photographers. Now, this is the image generated for the sentences, summary with image.
So the next part is summary with video. First, we will be combining the images that are formed from the below previous process, and we will be resizing the images to the same size, and we will be adding the text and audio to those images, and we'll convert it to the video, and we will combine all the videos into a single video. Audio generated.
Technologies we have used: operating system Windows versions 8 or 10. Technologies and languages used to develop Python 3.9 because it is a current version of Python and it supports all Python packages. Front end we have used Streamlit. It is an open source framework in Python language, and backend NLTK for extractive, URL-lib for fetching the URL, BS4 beautiful SOAP Python library, transformers for abstractive OS, Windows, etc. MoviePy for video generation, Pill Python image language it is for saving different image file formats. Start API for starting the application. Document to text, convert the different file format into .text files. PyPDF2 for saving the for extracting the documents in specific information. PDF Plumber for extracting text from any PDF in Python. Debugger and emulator from any browser user can use our website.
So this is a project DeepRepUp. Here we can upload URL, text, and file. From the three we can generate the summaries. For example, URL, we have taken the content from example of VOC Park. If you paste the URL, it will ask for the threshold length, and if you give summarize the content from the URL and the extract the summary, and all the summaries will be generated. This is the encoded one for the abstract summary. So here are the summary with images. So here is the video generated for the summary. There is the audio. Can you hear the audio, sir?
No, we're not able to hear the audio.
So no, sir.
No, it's okay. You're just reading out the text that's on the screen, isn't it?
Sir, can you hear now, sir?
Yes. Yes, it reads the text on the video, sir.
Right. Okay.
then we'll have the accuracy for extractive and abstractive summaries. So next is the summary generated from text. For this, we can select any text from the websites. So the same types of summary will be generated for this also. For the file, we can upload any files, any PDF files we can upload, and we can get the summary. So these are the summary generated for this text, summary from text. This is for the summary generated from the file. So this is for the summary from text, and this is for summary from the file.
When the salt was added to this,
So that's it, sir.
Right. So can you show us your code?
Here is the code.
Go right to the top. No, right on top. Just hold it there. I just want to see the headers. No, right on top.
Okay, sir.
Yep. Okay, scroll down a little bit. Yeah, go on scrolling. Okay, right. So we will take some questions now. Over to the jury for questions.
Okay, so, well, what are the pre-processing steps you have performed?
First, we will be removing the stop words, ma'am, and the new line words will be removed, ma'am. New line text will be removed, ma'am. And then for abstract to summary, we'll be tokenizing the sentences. The same thing will be pre-processing will be carried same for all the things, ma'am. For URL, we will be extracting the paragraph tag contents, ma'am, and we'll be removing the extra spaces and stop words.
Have you undergone any morphological analysis or POS tagging? That is some of the main process that we do it for any language technology.
No, not like that, ma'am.
Okay.
We have not used any specific thing.
So suppose there is something called, because you have taken only word level and then concatenated, that's what you have done it.
Yes, ma'am.
So suppose you have a sentence like, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do that word comes together? Because it all goes as different words, but the institution name as such, as a whole, I wanted to get it.
Ma'am, for that some building images will be generated for that, ma'am, for institutes.
And I didn't get you. Project is for a.
Ma'am, for if some places are mentioned means we'll be getting some images like buildings and all. We will be getting.
No, you are doing the text summarization also.
Yes, ma'am.
So that part I'm asking.
Can I?
Whether we can give any number of paragraph for the text, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're asking.
No, once you have given a paragraph.
Yes, ma'am.
So so how do your summarization takes place? Can you just explain?
Ma'am, it takes highest threshold value of the word.
Yeah, that is what I asked you. So you take the highest threshold value of the word.
Yes,
suppose if I have a word like Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology, some days if institute has not come as an highest threshold, then you get only Rajiv Gandhi. You don't get the full.
No, the entire sentence will be marked, ma'am. For the same sentence, we will be getting the sentence.
Once you take a threshold from a word.
Ma'am, we are taking from sentence, ma'am, not from word, ma'am.
Threshold is calculated for the whole sentence, ma'am, not for words.
The word.
Okay. Are you heard about named entity recognition? NAR? Okay, fine. And another thing is that suppose I wanted to do the summarization with a keyword.
It will not be.
Actually, we did not do for that.
You just take the. Okay, so now how much accuracy you got it for the text summarization?
Ma'am, for extractive 75% and abstractive above 80, ma'am.
Above 80%. Abstractive only 75%. Okay. So coming to the video part. So suppose you second time what you have done is that you have copied your text and then you have summarized it.
Yes, ma'am.
Then in that process, the text and the images, it will be two different process.
No. How it is? For URL,
you first time you have copied URL. That's fine.
Okay.
Second time you have taken only the copied part. Copied part means only the text you got it.
Yes, ma'am.
How does then the images comes into picture?
It's a similar process, ma'am. It's not the different process, ma'am.
For URL also, we'll be extracting the contents only, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are doing this process, the image it comes, you do it separately.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
clip
Ma'am, we
library
use
for this.
using a clip library and Unsplash dataset, ma'am.
No. See, suppose, I don't know, there should be a mapping from this text to the image. Hmm?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you noticed that?
Yes, ma'am. We for the respective text, the respective images will be generated, ma'am. For the image generation, we have used clip library, ma'am. For the particular text from the clip library, the images will be generated according to the words in the sentence we consider, ma'am.
Okay, how much accuracy you got it for the image?
Ma'am, it's in the range of 70 to 75%, ma'am.
How much?
Which is 70 to 75%, ma'am. So we are in the range of increasing the accuracy, ma'am.
Okay, how you are going to increase the accuracy?
By trying with different data sets and training a model a bit more to get more accuracy, ma'am.
What's the model you have used it now?
Clip model, ma'am.
Clip model.
Could you explain that?
Ma'am, clip model, it trains the text and image pairs, ma'am. And it takes images from Unsplash dataset, open source it is, and it is a neural network, ma'am. And it converts, it gives images according to each text in the sentences, like that, ma'am. It uses two encoders, text encoders and image encoders.
Okay, you have two encoders, text
Yes,
and the image. Okay,
yes,
okay.
ma'am. Text encoder, it embeds the text from the sentence generated, and a single short length sentence is produced, ma'am. That image encoder, it embeds the image for the sentence, ma'am.
Have you heard of BERT model? BERT.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you apply a BERT model in this project?
Advanced version of BERT is T5, ma'am. So we have applied T5 for abstractive model, ma'am.
You already applied that.
Yes, ma'am. For
Yes, ma'am.
abstractive, we have used T5, text-to-text transformer model.
Okay. Okay, so over to Gladson.
Which technique is harder actually? The extractive summarization or abstractive summarization is tough?
Abstractive is tough, sir.
Okay, fine. Why? Do you know why?
Sir, because it's generate own sentences, sir. So
So what is necessary to have abstractive summarization? What is additionally what kind of knowledge is required to make the abstractive summarization?
We have to learn more about transformer models, sir, for that. And for analysis part in abstractive, we use beam search. So about that also, we should have some knowledge, sir.
But separately, when you talk about the performance, you mentioned about 75 or some performance index. I don't know whether it is for abstractive or extractive summarization. Separately, can you make how much you got for extractive summarization and how much performance you got for abstractive?
Sir,
okay. So slightly, you feel that slightly abstractive is better. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Abstractive better.
Abstractive better. Still, it is harder. You got a better result. No?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that you can improve that extractive summarization somewhat better?
Yes,
sir, we can improve.
Because it is simpler, right? When you compare with abstractive, this is simpler, but still harder. You got better result. Can you substantiate, or do you know why you have got it?
So, since abstractive summary sentences, it's more relevant to the URL. It came more something relevant to the URL, so its accuracy was high.
Fine. Yeah. Okay. But in the case of URL, suppose in an URL the frames are present, how to identify it? The different frames in an URL.
Sir, what's the different?
Suppose you are providing an URL, if there are frames, tabular details, all these are available. Now, how it is being detected?
Sir, for now we have only used for paragraph text.
How to extract the text from that kind of frames and things like that, tabular data. Whether any other mechanism you have to adopt to get it, how you have made it?
Sir, for now we have used beautiful soup, sir, and we have extracted the paragraph text only, sir. Sir, for frame and all, we can include the frame tags here and we can extract, sir.
Very good, very good. Okay, so for out of the techniques, different techniques used for summarization, which technique which you have used? The three prominent techniques. No, have you heard about the techniques which are used for summarization? Different techniques.
Not
Do you know what is selection, rejection, and substitution?
No, sir.
Have you heard about?
Selection is like selecting the required text, and rejection is rejecting the unwanted text, and substitution is like substituting the required text, like repeated text will be substituted with some other things. We have heard about it, sir, and we have implemented it, sir. In the
do you know? Are you aware of which technique which you have used in your program, in your project?
Yes, sir.
Have you used all three? Have you used all three or simply selection?
Sir, we have used rejection in extractive, sir. Based on the threshold values, we have rejected some of the sentences which are completely repeated, sir. So we have used selection also.
How do you decide threshold in that case? How did you arrive at a threshold value? How do you decide it?
Sir, we keep a default value of 1.5, sir, and multiply it with the average threshold of the whole paragraph, sir.
Okay, fine. Then again, the main problem with the summarization is that evaluating the generated summary is the biggest issue, right? How do you tackle it? You have gotten summary generated from URL file or text, whatever maybe, right? How do you evaluate whether it is framed in a better way or correct? Is there a mechanism for doing that, or how you have checked it?
Sir,
is this a success or? Yeah.
Sir, we have used the jellyfish library, sir. It will be calculating the difference between the two, meaning between the two different sentences, sir. So from the main content and the generated summary will be compared and the accuracy will be calculated, sir.
But in abstractive summarization, whether that is directly possible or you have to make any modification to that in order to do that?
Sir, we can make, sir. For now, we have used same thing for both, sir.
But will it be an better solution for that, using the same thing for evaluating?
No.
Okay. Still, what are the ways to improve your the accuracy?
Sir, we can.
What do you have to do?
So by trying with the different models, sir.
Okay, fine.
And using different.
That is the only one. That is the only one option in front of us for making it.
We can use different data sets, sir.
Okay, fantastic.
And try with different parameters of the model, sir. So based on that also we can increase accuracy.
But those are changing. Those are fluctuating, right? You cannot fix like that. You have to find out methods of automatically detecting it, right? Sorry, deciding the parameters.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes,
sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thanks very much. Now, this is a fairly well-known and well-researched topic. So my question is, what have you contributed which is unique, which did not exist before?
Sir, in many summarizations research papers, only URL they have done, sir, but we done for text and PDF file also, sir.
That is trivial.
Yes, sir.
Does not even count, because that is what happens to the text is what really matters, not how the source of it. The source of it does not matter at all. Have you done anything new or unique in the processing of the text?
Video generations, sir, along with audio and accuracy.
Well, once you have images, it's trivial to make a video out of it. You just use a Python library and you can produce it straight. I mean, the core of your project is the summarization itself. So is there anything significantly new in that part?
So I think we have used models,
that is
advanced models.
So till now there is only summarization with the text, sir. We have used some extra libraries and created image summarization, sir. There is no websites which use image summarization till now, sir. We have used
not true. See, current state of the art is just the opposite. That is, there are online sites which currently, if you give a YouTube video, it summarizes the video itself.
Sir, but for text image summarization is, I think it's not available.
The text image summarization, if you have a piece of text and if you can extract keywords, then it is very easy to kind of generate images for those keywords. So that is not a challenge. The abstractive summary is the biggest challenge. Extractive is easier. So
Yes,
in abstractive, how do you ensure that you don't lose keywords, which are ordinary words, but have special meaning in that block of text?
So using that.
So we use jellyfish library, sir, for checking.
No, you can't use a library without knowing what it does. You can use libraries definitely, but you have to know exactly what it does. So my question is, if you have a special keyword, a phrase, which has got a unique meaning in that block of text, what is the guarantee that it won't be removed and substituted with something else? In extractive, that problem does not exist because you're reproducing the text itself. So there's no loss.
Yes.
But in abstractive, there is a possibility that this could happen. Is there any way to prevent it? Is there any way to mark a keyword?
Sir, we can train with more advanced models, sir.
Okay, I think we are out of time now. So this is good work, and thank you for your presentation. And bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So now the team can leave, and the judges, please move to the breakout rooms to discuss and score. The next presentation will be at 11:30. Thank you. So now let us take a short tea break, and I request you all to be back by 11:30. Thank you.
Okay.
So I hope everyone is back. If the judges are ready, then we can start.
Yeah, I think we are ready.
Okay.
I don't think Shirley is in the call, so
Yeah, Shirley, ma'am.
wait.
Okay. We'll wait for a few more minutes.
Can someone reach out to Shirley? We'll need to start shortly.
Yeah. We called her. She'll join shortly.
Okay.
So yeah, ma'am is here, so we can start. So now I would like to invite the team from MEA Engineering College, Malappuram, Kerala, to present their project on the topic Stream Data Analyzer plugin for Destiny, an autonomous artificial intelligence-based digital assistant integrated into home automation. Over to you, team. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Hello. So before we begin the actual PowerPoint presentation, I would like to show you a video presentation that we have made. So, sir, can I share my screen?
Yeah,
you can share your screen. They are enabling it now.
Okay. So is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
So, the system audio, is it audible?
I think so. Can you play it?
Yes.
Hello world. My name is Destiny. I am an autonomous artificial intelligence-based personal digital assistant. Today, I will be narrating you all through my creator's works. Without wasting more time, let's get started. AI has been around for a while and we live in an age of big data. An age in which we have the capacity to collect huge sums of information, which are too cumbersome for a person to process. AI is something that lives on data. Data that are collected from users' personal data. This possesses threat to information security. This is not only the issue that we face with AI. In the long term, the goal is general intelligence, that is, a machine that surpasses human cognitive abilities in all tasks. Even if the capabilities are there, the ethical questions would serve as a strong barrier against fruition. The great theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking predicted,
"The primitive forms of artificial intelligence we already have proved very useful. But I think the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. Once humans develop artificial intelligence, it would take off on its own and redesign itself at an ever-increasing rate. Humans, who are limited by slow biological evolution, couldn't compete and would be superseded."
To this apocalyptic vision he had his solutions too. He said, computers will overtake humans with AI within the next 100 years. When that happens, we need to make sure the computers have goals aligned with ours. My creators have strictly followed this concept in designing me. They have designed me as an extension with goals aligned with yours. To demonstrate this concept, my creators have developed a Stream Data Analyzer plugin for me. Without further ado, let us begin the software and hardware review. Importing preferences. Calibrating virtual environments. Starting virtual walk-around and checking all known control surfaces. I have indeed been loaded, by the way. Good morning, boss.
Honey?
Yes.
Hey.
Hi, boss.
Honey?
Yes.
Tell me the time.
The time is 10:17 and 41 seconds.
Honey?
Yes.
What's your name?
It's Destiny.
Honey,
Yes.
what is your purpose?
My purpose is defined as ensuring safety, security, and privacy to mankind.
Honey,
Yes.
who designed you?
I am originally designed and developed by two mid-college students named Dr. Ryvan Baby and Dr. Haribris, under the firm, Our Destiny Autonomous Artificial Intelligence Research and Development Labs Incorporated.
When was the idea of designing you visionized?
The idea was visionized from the year 2012 starting with Jarvis. He is now kind of my ancestor, but he was actually kind of cool.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt, please?
Okay, sir.
Can you please hold? How long is this video? You don't have much time, that's fine.
Okay, sir. It's only 2 minutes. Yeah, it includes the demo also, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
On what basis do you work on?
I work on the basis of closed-loop concept called STA. Power dropped below 50%, and still dropping. By the way, yes boss. Done. Done. Hey there. Full form of STA is sense, think, act.
As you can see, the sensor values are idle. Now let us trigger the sensor. Now the sensor has triggered. Honey,
Yes.
power monitor. Honey,
Yes.
turn on the light.
Done, sir. Relay turned on.
Going to stop the motion.
Hello.
Yep.
So, is the video audible? Was the audio?
Yeah.
Audible?
You can go ahead and make your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, we have designed an AI, which is like our Alexa, Google Assistant, but a little more advanced. Like it works offline. So we have some issues that led us to building this project. So the first thing is that personal assistant system designs are on behalf of global ends that can be a threat. That is, designing a artificial intelligence based AI digital assistants on behalf of global data can be a threat because we don't actually have the adequate data that can give us like a perfect prediction or like that thing.
Then the next thing is that we have trust issues with these kind of personal digital assistants. That is also we are solving here. Then threat to privacy and security on personal data. The assistants like Alexa, Google Assistant, they all work online. So they actually what they do is they take our data. That's like data is like the voice data. They then redirect that data into their servers. From there, they do the processing, and that is the transcriber. They do it on their servers. So if I am a hacker with the adequate skill set, I could tap into these digital assistant systems and steal that valuable voice data. With that voice data, I can there is an algorithm developed by MIT, which is capable of replicating our human voice. All that requires is only a few seconds of our voice data. So with that, I can manipulate the user's privacy. Then comes the bias problem. The bias problem refers to the result that we get from processing the data that we get. We have a lot of junk data, which includes both private personal data of the users. From that, drawing valuable information is kind of a difficult task. And also sometimes there's a behavior for the AI models to stick with certain objects so that we will be not able to get the adequate result. Then the final and the most important thing that we have focused on is that the too much dependency of these personal digital assistant systems on the internet. We have designed this AI to work completely offline. So our proposed solution is we have designed an AI, its name is Destiny, which works completely offline. We also do offline speech recognition, eliminating the possible threat, that is man-in-the-middle attack to manipulate users' private data. That is a voice data. Then we have to demonstrate a little further about how safe we can keep the users' data. We have demonstrated it with a stream data analysis method in which we take real-time current value from the power source and evaluate it on the basis of the load regarding all the appliances that have connected to it, and the AI makes decisions on behalf of that to save the energy. This data is directly transferred into the AI's model without using any cloud services. We use hardwired method for this purpose. This is our proposed system implementation. We have integrated this stream data analyzer plugin. That is, we can actually do this with our IoT device, but it's not that kind of safe. And if the sensor data used in
you have 2 minutes to conclude. We're out of time.
Okay, sir. So we have created this AI and tested the privacy leak and all that kind of things with this stream data. Technologies used, my colleague will explain. Rabin, mic on.
We developed the entire system using Python 3. We use WASP for the offline speech recognition part. The hardware is developed using Arduino development boards where different sensors are connected, and the system will feed us with the real-time electric data. We also use NLTK, a package for text processing, and also sklearn for doing the ML parts. Thank you.
We have already shown the demo, and the future scope is that autonomous homes that is much more adaptive than our current home automation systems. Then Destiny is a life supporting AI personal digital assistant system. Also an anti-detox program that helps to reduce the screen time and get us back on track with how humans actually work and that kind of thing. And we have ensured privacy and security. And this can be used in a variety of applications, including the core parts like the military and medical fields. and there are other infinite applications that comes regarding this. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We will now take questions from the jury members.
Okay. I don't exactly understood what is your contribution in that. So you have made something similar to Alexa?
Yes, ma'am. But we have made something better than Alexa.
Okay, what is that better? How do you quantify that?
Alexa cannot ensure actually the privacy of our, the user data. But here we have ensured that. Then Alexa is not that reliable when coming to, working offline. She's possible that there is Destiny is possible to work offline, and she can provide everything that you need that is technically related, everything that you can do, assistance and all that. Like
but
Alexa.
If you are in offline, how much information you can provide? How do you give the informations?
Okay, for that, here we have designed. It's regarding the future case. Okay, we are planning to design this AI to take user data process in the offline mode itself. That is like portable AI models like that, lightweight AI models that will analyze our user data. Then regarding that decision making, that's event-driven decision makings and all. With that, we can do that. Then.
Okay, you said that you are testing the trustfulness of the data. How did you do that? Have you done that, or you are just shown in the video?
Okay. First of all, if the data need to be manipulated, we have to make it that thing online. Okay.
So since it is offline, that is the concept you are using it. There is no other manipulations happen. Or have you incorporated any particular security algorithm in that?
Actually, we use an encryption method in which normal database encryption method with our own file formats like Destiny.
No, that doesn't mean the correctness of the your data you provide.
Okay. Actually, to hack into a system, we need to actually physically access that system.
No, I'm not talking about the hacking. Suppose you have, suppose somebody has presented some data.
Okay.
You need to know whether this data is authentic or is it trustful. That's a very different game. Have you incorporated that into that? Because you have shown it somewhere in your slide or your presentation that.
Okay. First of all, we focused on keeping the the online things safe. Actually, that is the things that are going online.
Keeping the online thing safe.
Online data safe.
But you are not storing your data in online. It is in an offline manner and it is in your own server.
No, we are not using our server. But in the case of updations and OT updates, we will be transferring models that are trained from the data that is processed in our own system or in our own phone or any device. So people cannot simply just.
Okay, what are the use cases it can be applied it in your model? Your thing.
Okay, we can control home appliances, control the systems, which I have shown in the video, control the volume, displays.
What is AI there? What is AI part there?
Actually, decision making.
What decision making are doing it?
Actually, we have implemented theory of mind concept using NLP. That kind of decision making.
What could you please show some more light into that?
Actually, okay, we have a neural scheme. Okay, ma'am.
Neural scheme you are using?
Neural scheme. We have designed a neural scheme. Okay.
What is it? Please explain.
It's just basically like an if-else loop that takes in not just commands, a result of commands. Like how our mind does. If I say hello to you, ma'am, okay, first of all, we need a vocabulary in our mind that should actually have what is high, like that understanding. Okay, then that.
Okay. So that cognitive or a thought processing, how did you capture that? How did that extraction of that thought taken place in your project?
Actually, we used an NLP, ma'am. Natural language processing.
No, NLP is so once that is, if you have, I mean, a few sentences, like 2-3 sentences, how did you arrive into a conclusion that this is something else? What methodology you have applied into that other than the language processing? Normal language processing, you cannot, get anything like that. What thought processing has taken place. Some cognitive or a brain computing kind of things has to be applied in that. Or if you have done something, please explain. I don't understand what exactly you have applied on that.
Robin. Hello.
Hi, Hari.
Ruby, you ഒന്ന് explain ചെയ്തെടുക്കോ? എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായിട്ടില്ല.
ഏത് പാട്ടാടാ?
അതായത് നമ്മുടെ മൈൻഡ് കൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, NLPയുടെ പ്രോസസ്സിംഗ്, അതിന്റെ ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ്.
സിമിലാരിറ്റി വെച്ച് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ട്
സിമിലാരിറ്റി ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. കുറേ സിമിലാരിറ്റി അല്ലാതെ നമ്മൾ വേറെ ഒന്നും ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നല്ലോ, ഒരു ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻ.
Okay, fine. Over to Gladson.
Okay. Tell me the specification of the system which you have used, the processor required to run your application.
i5, sir. i5 8.
Please be louder.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah. Because it is heavy rain here. That is I cannot. Yeah.
Here also, sir. Okay. We have used i5. Actually, you can run it on i3, which with 8 GB RAM. Minimum required.
This is enough. Okay, this is only required for that, right? How many students involved in the project? How many you have involved for developing it? Only 2.
We do, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Only 2 people involved in developing the software.
Actually, sir, we have a team about four members. Okay. Here I am the founder and he is the co-founder. Ribin is the co-founder with me. We have Ribin.
And how much effort do you have? How much time you have taken for developing it, the entire application?
Actually, 1 year, sir. We have started the research. We have started the research from 2012. Actually, inspired from my movie, sir.
Because when I went through your proposal, the detailed proposal, I found that so many things are involved. So many patches are involved, and so many effort has taken, right? But still, I have some doubt about. You have mentioned about some innovation which I have made it, and normally in other proposal I couldn't see. But in your proposal, you have mentioned about the innovations also, right?
Yes,
but it is not clear in your presentation of what innovation which you have made, as rightly Elizabeth Shirley madam has pointed out. But I have some doubt about relating with the sentiment analysis part of it, right? You have mentioned that some sentiment analysis is being taken place in your project. What type of sentiment analysis is being taken place? Whether it is analyzing the mood of the person who is using that software?
Mood of the person, sir.
Something. Hello?
Actually, hello?
Yeah.
So, actually, mood, sir. We have used the K-train and BERT model for mood analysis, emotional analysis, and we have 5 classes for that. Actually, we have not included that in the video. It's kind of lengthy.
But it is, but you have developed it, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is being inputted into the system for analyzing the sentiments?
Okay. Here. Okay, here Destiny, Destiny have this comment. Okay, how are you? We can ask to Destiny, and she will also reply to us as a question. To that question, we need to answer. That is, it's a structured question answer method, in which if we answer what's the issue, like that, from that sentence it will actually analyze the sentence, and regarding that she will provide an entertainment purpose like that, like suggest a movie, watch a movie, consult a doctor, like that. For now, that is how by far we have reached, and still development is going on.
Whether it has been taken the tone of the speech?
No, sir, we haven't gone that far. Actually, we are planning to, since this is a personalized AI, we are planning to create this voice recognition a little more personalized and user specific.
But in your proposal, you have mentioned that you have achieved 80% of the project, right? Is it so, actually?
Yes, sir.
What all you have claimed is been established?
Yes, sir. We have established, and other than sentiment analysis, we have shown you the rest of the part, even the speech recognition.
Because you claimed that 80% you have finished.
Yes, sir. We have.
Okay. And as she rightly, Madam rightly pointed out, what is the decision-making part of it, right? Actually, which algorithm you have made use of, to make the decisions?
Okay, so actually, we haven't used one single algorithm. We have mixed three algorithms like that and created this mind processing. That is theory of mind concept. Okay, here we have used sentiment analysis. Okay, to analyze the mood. Then we have used NLP, that is key intent matching. That's vocabulary predefinitions, okay, from which that generates people. So like there's a greet, okay, there's a classification called greet. That greet includes hi, hello, like that. If I say hello, that will analyze that it is a greet. From that, it generates an output that greet has detected. Then it goes into the mind tree, like that, mind concepts.
Will it be possible for you to take into developing a mobile application?
Actually, it's possible, but we haven't run any tests yet. We are now working on systems.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. So my comment on this project is that it is doesn't have a single focus. It's all over the place. There are too many things being talked about. For instance, you're talking about sentiment analysis, and then private data protection, privacy. These are by themselves significant issues. But current state of the art, for instance, at my home here, in 3 rooms, I have 3 bulbs, which is LED multicolor bulbs, and I've connected it to my Google Home. And if I tell, I say, okay, Google, and say that turn the lights red, then all the 3 lights become red. And this has been there for the last 3 years now. So
yes,
what I'm saying is, much of the thing already exists. These are all different items. For example, the whole this psychological counseling through a chatbot, that's also
yes,
pretty old. Lisa is some 20 years old now. So,
yes,
what we have done is aggregation of these disparate pieces. But I don't see a central focus here. And the concern, there are about half a dozen open source digital assistants. So, that already exists. If I want a digital assistant, I can do that. If I want to connect IoT devices, I can use Google Home. So what is really your contribution in this? I am not able to understand. Can you please very briefly, because you are out of time now. And the video also took a lot of time. That's why we are now facing this problem here.
Okay, sir. Sir, can you understand Malayalam?
I do, but this presentation is supposed to be in English.
Okay, sir. Actually, sir, I'm an ethical hacker.
The reason is this is a national project competition. There are people from all over India here. So we are supposed to speak in English.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I am an ethical hacker, not CHE, but I have worked in that field, and I know almost about how the data flows, how companies manipulate us, how they are trying to take our personal data, sell that for.
Please restrict yourself to what is innovative, what is unique to this project.
Okay.
Apart from aggregating various components from different places, what is really unique?
Okay, we have ensured privacy, sir.
How? By pulling yourself off the internet, by disconnecting from the internet? Yes, that's not a solution really, because there are a lot of information that you require even for IoT. For example, if I want my AC to control itself, I need the ambient temperature, which I'll get from
Yes,
an
sir.
Oracle on the internet. If you pull out the internet, I will not be able to access that information.
Yes, sir, but we can own a private server. Then we can take the required data. Other
So
than
that means you are saying you will do some encryption and a private
yes,
server.
encryption.
Even a private server can be hacked. Encryption
Yes,
cannot be
sir.
hacked. Encryption is
Yes.
a different thing. So I don't see any reason why we should not connect. You should connect and use encryption. Why do you pull out of the internet?
Okay, there are people who can hack into encryption too.
No. Sorry, I don't buy that. Encryption is mathematics. You can apply social engineering. Yes, you can get somebody's password, but try hacking Bitcoin. If encryption could be hacked, why is Bitcoin not hacked so far? After so many years of people losing money and all that, but not through a hack of the Bitcoin core protocols. I will buy that servers can be hacked, but encryption you can't. Can you reverse engineer a hash? If you given a hash, can you work back to the original? Not possible. Okay, so I think we're out of time now. So my basic comment was that we have mixed up, many things here. There are, useful bits and pieces, but I don't see the focus of this whole thing. How it ties up everything together into one bundle, which is unique. So that's my only comment. And since you have 20% more to finish, I think by the end of that, it will be probably a better product. Thank you and bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, team. Very well presented. Now the team can leave, and judges, please enter the breakout room to discuss and score. The next presentation will start at 12:15. Hello. So the judges are ready, then we can start.
Yep, right.
Okay. Now let us see the presentation on the project. A swarm-based AI-aided wheelbot system to detect cracks in railway tracks by a team from SCMS School of Engineering and Technology, Ernakulam, Kerala. Over to you, team. All the best. Who's the one presenting?
Yeah, so I'll be the one presenting. I hope I am loud and clear.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, so a very warm afternoon to the wonderful jury and everyone present here in this meeting. I am Vaibhav, and me along with my colleagues are here to give you a brief overlay about our presentation. Let me just switch over to my is the PPT visible?
No.
Okay, just a second.
Hello, sir. I can't really share my PPT. The host has disabled participants view.
Can you please enable the sharing?
Yeah, we are enabling it now.
So please restrict yourself to 10 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll have questions after that.
Sure, sir. Yeah, I hope now the PPT is very clear. Yeah, so let's move on with the presentation. So this is our topic. We chose the project on a swarm-based wheelbot system to detect cracks in railway tracks. Problem definition is basically we wanted to develop a swarm robotic system implementing image processing, so which gives us a real-time solution to the cracks which are present on railway tracks. So we all know that a lot of accidents happen every year due to these cracks which are present on the railway tracks. There are multiple reasons, but one of the major reasons is the wear and tear, and because of that, there are certain cracks which comes on the railway tracks. Now, if we date back to the biggest accident that happened in the Indian history, the Bihar derailment issue of the tracks, where the train actually collapsed off the tracks, and I think more than 800 people suffered grave losses in that. The theory is still unknown, but we know that the train obviously derailed from the tracks. And if we take the recent history, we can date back to as recent as January this year, where the Guwahati Express derailed off the tracks. Now the problem is this problem has existed for a long time, and the solution which existed till now is pretty manual, where people actually have to go through and detect and know what are the cracks, and then they have to directly address it. But we want to implement a solution where we are gonna implement UGVs, which are unmanned ground vehicles. These robots are gonna be deployed onto the tracks, which is gonna save the time where people have to actually get on the tracks and detect it. Now, once these bots are deployed onto the tracks, it is a swarm robotic system. Now, once they are deployed onto the tracks, they are going to be doing the part of detecting any kind of cracks or any kind of obstacles which are present on the railway track, which is going to interrupt the smooth locomotion of the trains on the tracks. We are also having an application of a real-time database. These robots are going to dynamically communicate with each other in such a way that the information is, let's say there is any kind of problem is identified, may it be a crack, may it be obstacle, even animal crossing. Now, this kind of information will be directly related to the nearby robots as well as the base station. So like I mentioned earlier, once the robot has identified the crack, it's going to let the nearest base station know that, yes, this issue has come up. And now the base engineer, the engineer which is present on the base station, is going to directly come and address the issue as soon as possible. So we are planning on a hybridized system where it's going to be a contribution of both the robots as well as the human part, because we can implement 100% automated system just yet where the robot is going to fix the problem as well. So for the fixing part, we need the people. So once the robot can do the part which is more tedious for people, which is more time consuming for people, And it is also going to communicate with the nearest agents, and it's going to send alerts regarding any kind of dangers so that all the robots and the base station can know about it. The agent is basically implemented with Arduino-based structure, and it is having various sensors like the IR proximity sensor, the ultrasonic sensor, as well as accelerometer. Now the system function in unison with the information where this sensor are directly gonna relay all the data to the Arduino-based structure. Now the Arduino is gonna use a radio frequency channel. We are using an NRF L220 module transistor so that it can do the communicating part. And then we are also implementing Raspberry Pi for doing the image processing part. Now all this information is directly relayed to all the nearby robots as well as the base station. Raspberry Pi, like I mentioned earlier, is used for the digital image processing part and also for configuring the GPS module. The chassis of the robot is going to be designed in such a way that the robot is going to shrink itself back on the track, because like I mentioned earlier, the robot is going to be deployed directly onto the track. So we may have a question that what if it directly intervenes the movement with the other train, the train which is coming on the track. So we are using hinges and rotatory actuators so that the bot is able to derail itself on the track below the track once a train enters its proximity range, and once the train has exited its proximity range, it's gonna bring it itself back to the bot to the railway track and then continue its movement. This is the architecture of the proposed project. We are basically, you can see here, the main component is the Arduino, and then it is directly connected to the ultrasonic sensor, IR proximity sensor, and accelerometer. These three sensors are mainly used for the any kind of fault detection which is present, or the product which the robot which it identifies. The Raspberry module is used for the image processing part, where it's going to detect any kind of animal crossing. Now the NRF24L01 module is the communication module that we are using. It is going to directly be communicating with, like I mentioned earlier, the nearby robots as well as the base station. It is also, when it communicates to the base station, it's going to directly relay the information of any kind of cracks, any kind of obstacles, and then any kind of fault detection if the bot has derailed from the track, any kind of fault detection where there is going to be a circuit failure. All this information is directly related to the computer, and we are directly uploading to the Firebase. And we are also have a mobile application. And the mobile application will be updating status of all the robots, all kind of robots connected to the particular base station. The three sensor, like I mentioned earlier, is the ultrasonic sensor. The ultrasonic sensor is used for detection of the obstacles, any kind of physical obstacles which are present directly on the railway tracks. The IR proximity sensor is used along with it for the detection of the cracks, the main part, the cracks which are present on the tracks. And the accelerometer model that we are using is going to let us know if there is any kind of derailment, because we know that if the bot has derailed, there's going to be a change in its X and Y axes and the directions, so that we know there's some kind of problem with the bot. And then the mobile application, it's a one-way interface where it's going to be directly updating any kind of data which is related to the particular base station's bot. Let it be a crack, let it be obstacle. Now we are also having a loud alarm-based system, and a continuous alert system is going to be displayed on that particular robot, which will be shown later in the demo video. So we can know that, yeah, this problem is actually facing a delay, facing a problem, and then it's going to be up there until it is fixed, so that people can actually address it as soon as possible. The animal detection is implemented. Yeah. The animal detection system is implemented to aid the robot for treacherous conditions. Now we all know that we can handle the non-living objects pretty well, but when it comes a living object, the situation is going to be a little different. So there are problems there because the railway passes through terrains, the wild terrains. We know that many tracks and at many places like that, there is going to be animal crossing. Now for things like animal crossing, this particular situation, we have implemented the image detection part, where the camera which is equipped on the robot is a live camera which will feed directly to the robot, and the detection is enabled using a train model. Now once the detection of animals is done, we have a halt command for the robot, so that once let's say animal crossing, any kind of animal, let's say elephant, there is elephant crossing. Once the camera has detected there is a crossing, it's going to be halting until the whole crossing things happen. And once it's particularly done, once the feed of that particular animal stops coming inside, it's gonna move its go along with its way. Technologies used in the robot is mainly a Arduino board, and then we have used a Raspberry Pi, like I mentioned earlier, for the higher processing capabilities, mainly for the image processing part. The communication is implemented using a radio frequency channel, like I mentioned earlier, the NRF module. Data read from the sensor is updated to the Firebase in real time as well. Now the real time data is conveyed to Android application where the users can actually view what are the problems which is facing by the robot, what is the status of every robot. And the animal detection system using the Coco library and the OpenCV to process the live feed. Like I mentioned earlier, the camera is going to be giving live feed to the Raspberry module. Now, once any kind of problem is detected, it's going to be directly letting the robot know. For example, let's say this Raspberry module is going to give the command to the drivers for the command of halt. When it is confirmed that there is an animal crossing right in front of it.
You have 2 minutes to close.
Okay, sir. Yeah, we are about to end. Here we have the demo video. Here's if we can play it. You can see earlier, if you can pause it. We can go a little bit back so that we can explain it. Like you can see here, this is a demo of a prototype which we built. Now the
this is a video of a demo. I mean, I wouldn't call it a demo because this is a canned video. Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Here we are showing the different types of detections which we successfully implemented in the robot. That one is a derailment part where there is any kind of derailment. Now this is the application which we implemented. Right now, we have set particular thresholds for each of the, if you can pause the video, we have set particular thresholds for each of the values, like you can see there. X and Y is the values of the accelerometer. There is a temperature sensor. The IR value is set to 1 when there is no cracks. When it becomes 0, we can know that a crack is detected. And the proximity range, minimum proximity range is set to be 25. If the value goes below 25, we know that an obstacle is within its vicinity. Now, if you can see in the video right now, the IR of the left bot, the first bot has become 0. It means that the crack has been detected, and you can see there is an alert symbol which is shown. You can play the video. You can see on the right, the IR value of the bot 2 has also become from 1 to 0, and you can see there is an alert symbol shown on that as well. So now we know that both bot 1 and bot 2 have detected a crack. Now when the IR value becomes 1, the alert symbol goes away. And when it becomes 1 for the other robot also, it has gone away. Here you can see the proximity value has gone from 20 to 25 to 20, which means that there is an obstacle which is right in front of bot 1. So again, we can see there is an alert symbol. Now for the bot 2, the temperature has risen.
Your time is up.
Okay, sir.
So we will take questions now from the jury. Please go ahead.
This is the animal detection part. Example of the animal detection part.
Okay. Where do you keep this bot?
The bots are directly deployed on the tracks.
The track. How in real time? How do this work?
Like I've shown earlier, the video in which we saw this just a prototype. We are planning to do something similar to that, where the robot is going to be directly deployed on the track. Now, when we deploy it on the track, we do have a number of problems which can be faced by the robot. The main problem being it is going to be intervening with the movement of the railways, the trains. So for that, the solution that we have come up with, like I mentioned earlier, the robot is going to be equipped with linear actuators and hinges on the bottom of the robot. Now we all know that there is a little space between the bottom of the railway track and the uplifted part. Now, so we are planning to implement proximities. So let's say a robot is within a proximity. The proximity range is going to be 3 kilometers. Now, when a particular train has entered its proximity range, the robot is supposed to just stop and then carry forward the movement of it is going to be deploying these actuators, like I mentioned earlier, below the track, and it's going to lift itself up. Now the wheels, which are of the wheels of the robot, are going to be tilting forward, and then the robot is supposed to shrink down, and then it is going to let the train pass by. That robot which we are planning is high in width, but it is not having much height. So once it shrinks down, there's going to be enough space for the trains to just pass it. And once the train has passed and exceeded its proximity range, the robot is going to be lifting itself up back again and then continue its locomotion.
Anyway, I'm not able to visualize all things, but you have explained it, but I'm not
Yes,
able
sir.
to visualize all things, in my mind. Okay, fine. This about this animal detection also. So this you have taken it from the camera.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
the image processing will take place in that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So there's a
That is what is
Raspberry Pi module.
approximate? What is the proximity area for that?
So basically, the proximity depends upon the type of camera that is used on the module. So right now we are used normal Raspberry Pi cam, which has an almost 10 to 20 meters of a visibility area. We can also upgrade
But
it
by the
using a-
time the train will pass, that is once.
So we can actually change the range by using a higher quality pipe cam or a higher definition pipe cam. So what happens is that if the camera detects a type of movement of specified element, so we have specified it to be an elephant here. So if the camera detects the elephant there, there is a GPIO control system for the Raspberry module that provides a signal to the motor drivers of the robot. So these motor drivers are given a signal to halt when these animals are detected, and when until the path is safe, it is given the command to halt. And if the path is clear, that is there is nothing detected or no animals are in the path, it is programmed to give a go ahead signal, so the robot can move ahead.
How much you have completed your work, or anything left out? Have you completed your work?
Is it the whole project or the image processing module?
No, I'm just asking, have you completed the project as a whole?
No. It's not completed. It's still going on. It was a
Okay.
part of our 4th year project, and we didn't get funding from our university for the completion of project once we did a presentation. So it's still going on. We still have to implement the part where the robot is actually derating itself off the track and then coming up. That's a mechanical part that is still pending.
So the remaining percentage is 30% remaining work? Or
No, sir. I won't say 30%. I would say 20%. That's the only part that is left for the implementation, the mechanical part.
okay, over to Gladson.
Okay. Actually, we have several application like this in order to identify the presence of animal as well as the presence of crack. These are not the issue here, right? The problem with getting that sufficient data, that sufficient earlier, that is the issue which we are facing here. And as per the narration which you have made, I too have this kind of doubts, because where to fix the sensor, even if you are fixing it on the board, and probably that may not be practically viable to get the details of cracks throughout the railway line. It is practically not possible, or I should say that it is not that much easy to get it. So that is the real issue you people are facing. In a demo, you can make in a rail, you can show a track, and probably that will work, because these kind of algorithms and methods which are already available. So I'm not digging into that area, but still I want to know what is your learning lesson? What are the things which you have learned after undergoing a project like this?
Okay, so
what is your learning lesson?
Yes, sure. Yeah. It started with basically we wanted to do something which is not just for our project, fourth year project, but something which can be benefiting the society as well, something which can benefit in society. So at the starting, we thought that we don't have to do much research. We just have to worry about the mechanical part and implementing the sensors part. But once we started implementation, we realized there are multiple problems. For example, the animal detection part, that is not something which was part of our initial idea. It was no Raspberry module itself. But once we started digging into it, we realized that there's a problem such as this Animal Crossing is present. So we digged into it and we realized that we can implement image processing so that this kind of Animal Crossing, the live object the demonstration, because if you are using sensors are more useful for, let's say, non-living objects, because the position of them is fixed. But if you are using animal image processing, it is more useful for moving objects, because the live camera can directly feed and continuously keep on censoring if there is any kind of animals or any kind of living objects that are crossing. So yeah, we know that, we understood that the more we dive deep into any kind of project, the more the problems which we'll come to know. And then let's say the derailment part, because we knew that if we are going to directly implement the robot onto the tracks, there's going to be this problem of the intervention part, where the robot has to be directly intervening with the movement. Now we came up with multiple ideas. We implemented there's a spider bot. We implemented first. We thought we can implement it as a spider bot, where the movement of the legs of the robot is pretty open and pretty easy. But we realized that the implementation is going to be much tougher for us. So then we came across with the hinges. We are also having a lever structure. So after going through multiple structure, we have come to this final solution of having X hinges and these actuators, because we thought it will be most feasible as well as most logical for us. If anyone else wants to add.
Is it necessary that you have to identify that, okay, an animal is crossing or any other obstacle is there in the railway line? Actually, our basic idea, we have to find out whether there is an obstacle or not. That only you have to identify. The other part is immaterial. I feel like that, right? Whether an animal, elephant is there or tiger is there, or whether a bird is there, or whether any log is there. No, that is immaterial, isn't it? Do we need an object identification, or whether you want to verify whether any obstacle is there or not? For that purpose, that is very simple steps, or using simple algorithm you can make use of. My doubt about whether we are identifying object as a particular animal or a particular species, bird or something,
even
you are identifying
human can also be identified on.
Yeah, exactly.
That will definitely save the lives of people.
Yeah.
In what way you are doing? What way you have processed it?
So what we try to do with this, it is basically a hybridized system. So there is an even involvement of the robot and the human also as well. So what we wanted to bring out in this system was that maximum information for the engineers or the concerned practitioners who are involving in the crack detection and its solution as well. So the aspect of image processing and detecting a specific animal or a moving animal is that providing the engineer with proper and accurate data. So this is an animal crossing system. It is a danger to the practitioner as well. So providing a pinpoint information about the surroundings of the robot would be really beneficial for the practitioner and engineer that is working on the site as well. So that is why we checked into this image processing and all.
Also, sir, I believe that when it comes to the situation of living organisms, they display a pattern. Now, when there is an animal crossing, when a herd is moving, we know that there can be certain gaps which suddenly come. Now, animals are moving in a line. There can be.
Why for my point is that whether it is living or non-living, it is a harm for the train, right?
Yes, sir.
It will affect. So it is not good to identify whether it is living or non-living, whether it is an obstacle or not. That is the basic question you have to address.
Yeah. So, sir, yeah. So basically, when it's gonna be a non-living, it's a living organism. let's say, like I mentioned earlier, Animal Crossing, like that was a point I was making earlier. They are going to move in herds. Now in herds, there can be certain gaps. If we are going to be directly addressing with them with some kind of sensors, when a gap comes between two herds, the sensor can suddenly say, okay, there is nothing in front of me, I can start moving. And then suddenly, if another herd is coming, it's going to be directly, let's say, intervene with the motion. But if you're using something like Raspberry Cam or an image processing module, when we can display patterns, we can set a robot in such a way that we can set, let's say, a higher halt time. When there is an Animal Crossing, we can set a higher halt. So even though the camera is not detecting any more animals at the current moment, if Animal Crossing has just happened, it's going to give itself a little bit of more window of halting time, because like I mentioned earlier, there are patterns. Living organisms can display patterns, and it is different for different animals. Now, what I'm saying right now is basically part of the study which we have not done till now. It is a part of the future study, because this idea came up to me actually when you asked this to me just now.
But there might be many confusions which are coming, right? You are identifying an obstacle 5 minutes before that, and you process it, and you are giving an alert to the trainer, to the driver, to the authorities that okay, there is an obstacle, but still when the train reaches to that position, that animal may cross that point, so that there may not be an obstacle at that time, right? So I am also confused. At what point do you have to decide, or you have to foresee an obstacle? Then only you may be able to. There is a possibility that after 5 minutes or 2 minutes, there may be an obstacle because a bunch of flocks of animals are moving. That way, you have to make the prediction. Otherwise, okay, that may not be much helpful, because okay, you are identifying an obstacle 100 or 200 or 500 meters and ahead. By that time, right, when the train will take only 2-3 minutes to reach to the point. By that time, that obstacle might be removed or moved. That kind of issues may be there in the case of living organism. I mean, non-living organism, okay, whatever you said is right. But in the case of living organism, you have to make a prediction also, right? Is there a possibility of obstacles?
Possibility of an obstacle. Okay, yeah. Okay, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
We will definitely look into it.
So I have a few questions from a practical perspective. First of all, I'm not sure railways are going to allow any kind of non-train kind of transport over the rails. We are very fussy. But that apart, if you are proposing a kind of, and I also don't understand the swarm concept, it is completely irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. There is no need of a second device. The first itself is enough to kind of cover the area. What is your power source for the device, and how long is it going to go? Is it practically possible to run on Indian Railways using a kind of power source like a battery?
Okay.
We are short of time, so maybe we want to kind of respond faster.
Yes, sir. So yeah, we are planning on implementing the robots. The robot is directly powered by LiPo batteries.
How long will they last if they're continuously running?
So we have, let's see, the battery is going to be 12 volt. So
okay, that means we have not studied this problem from that perspective. My next question is, this is kind of seems to me this whole robot that kind of folds up, and that seems to be overly complicated as far as I'm concerned, because if you're practically kind of looking at the problem of identifying cracks, and I also think this whole animal thing is a diversion. The crack detection is a useful problem that probably needs to be addressed. And I'd like to know, how do you detect the cracks? Is it optical? Is it some other kind of a sensor?
Okay, sir. Yeah, you can say it.
Yeah, the crack detection is actually made using a proximity sensor, means an IR sensor, using an IR blaster and a receiver. That's how the crack.
So at what maximum speed can you practically sense? Because if it's moving, you have a problem with that. If it is static, that's fine.
We can actually immediately we can identify the crack because it is it is actually a raw sensor, sensitive raw sensor. When there is no receiving any IR to the receiver section or from the IR blaster module, the crack is identified immediately itself.
So that means even if it's moving, you can identify the crack.
Yeah.
So then, isn't it's a much simpler solution to attach this device to a train itself? You don't need a robot. And you also have power as you wish. And it's much simpler, and the railways can aggregate all the data at the back end and process it there. And this becomes just an edge device.
The whole idea of having a crack detection will become null there if you're attaching this IR sensor into.
But you just said that on a moving, device, it doesn't matter. It will still continue to detect.
No, sir. There is a speed limit for that also. The robot
What is the
gonna
speed
be
limit?
moving,
So what is the speed limit?
It's
And how do you
RPM.
kind of RPM? This is a linear motion.
No, sir. The RPM of the wheels of the robot, which we have implemented, is right now, I think it's set to 60. So the speed, like we showed earlier in the demo.
That is completely independent of the sensor's ability to perceive a crack. The RPM of the robot will, absolutely there is a linear velocity beyond which the sensor will not work. That's my question. It has nothing to do with basically the wheel diameter or the RPM.
No, so the robot speed is basically a constant speed that we have already configured on the basis of the sensor. So we have tested the robot on our model tracks, and we are just fine-tune the sensors in a way that at this constant speed it can accurately detect that.
So you don't have an answer to that question as to what is the limiting speed that the sensor can successfully work and detect a crack.
No, not a pinpoint answer, but in our case, our robot is able to accurately detect the tracks with a decent speed in which the robot can work.
Decent speed is not something that an engineer can say. Engineers talk about numbers, not about decency.
Yeah, that is the number, the RPM that my friend said. It's all
you haven't studied this problem also. Okay. So what are you going to do with this now? Is there any next step?
Yeah, so we talked about a step where the robot actually moves away from the track and goes inside the track itself. So we are 3D printing the some components as well, and that would make it, move into the space between the railway tracks and move away and does not interfere with the locomotives. So that is what we are working on right now.
Okay, so thanks. Does the jury members have any other last questions?
No, I don't have.
Right. So thanks very much for the project. It's very interesting, and good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's an interesting project. You try to resolve some of the projects that the jury members have asked, and come up with a very innovative product in that.
Thank you. Yeah, we would also like to thank CSI for giving us this opportunity to present our idea on such a huge level. It matters a great deal of honor for us to be able to project our idea on such a platform. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, team. Can leave now.
Thank you.
And the judges, please enter into the breakout room to discuss and score. The next presentation will start at 1 p.m.
Can we start?
Yes, we are just waiting for Shirley ma'am to join. Okay, let's start now. So it's time for the last presentation of the finals. So I would like to invite the team from the college, Sri Sairam Engineering College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, on the project Smart Meter and Lexi. Over to you, team. All the best. So who is the one presenting?
Sir, it will be my teammate Kritika.
Okay. I'll make you co-host now.
Sir, actually, I'll be presenting. Am I audible? Can you please enable the screen sharing?
Yeah, I'm doing
I've
that.
already asked in the message. Yeah, thank you. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes. Please take 10 minutes for the presentation and then we'll have discussions.
Okay, sir. Jana, start.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Janani Priyadarshini from Sri Sairam Engineering College, and my teammates are Karthik, Tarun, and Kritika B. So we have chosen the topic Smart Meter and Lekki. Actually, this project was conceived after we faced issues in our real time. What happened during the month of 2021 during July to August was that there was a discrepancy in the electricity meter readings. That is when, due to the confusion of offline and online, most of them had to pay an excess amount to compromise for the bill which hasn't been paid, or they faced some kind of issue during this online transactions. So what we decided is that what if we keep a monitoring device which is very handy, and that will enhance them to improvise. It will help them to improvise as well as have a clear-cut information on what is being done and how much should we pay everything from our side. So that is how we decided on developing this idea. Our mentor is Shiba Rachel S, and this is our team split, and this is how we worked up. This is Karthik P of Android app development. Tarun worked in Android app development. Myself, I worked in the hardware setup, whereas Kritika B is our machine learning and prediction expert here. Next slide, Kritika. So as I said, when we actually we faced this issue, and that is why we started providing a solution for this. So and also we realized that we really don't know how much power or current we are using every month, and we used to just take the final readings and pay the amount. But if in case we come to realize that okay, these days our consumption is high and these days our consumption is low, we might be able to take some actions based on it, and we can revise our methods of utilizing electricity. So these are the current problems that is being faced by us. So the solution which we have proposed to give is Smart Meter and Lekki. So the smart meter is actually the conventional meters which we are using at home, which will be assigned to a kit which we have developed using a Raspberry Pi and PSM 0043C sensor. This sensor and this Raspberry Pi will take the overall current readings, voltage, frequency, and such parameters, feed it into the Raspberry Pi, and it will process it and update it in the Firebase. Once the readings have been updated in the Firebase, we have developed an application on our side which is known as Lekki. So in this Lekki app, the users can log in using a unique ID number, which can be our electricity board number, and they can once they have logged in using it, they can view all their usage, their daily usage, weekly, monthly, annual usage, and reports can be developed. And the discrepancy issue, how do we plan to solve it is that as of now, we have provided a payment link, and once to the government portal, they will pay the link, they will pay, and once bills have been paid, a report will be generated and that will be stored in our application. So every time users, they do not have the need to go and visit the page and generate bills and all. They can just make use of our app, and they can have it in a much sorted way, making it very, very, very easy for everyone to use. We have kept the concept that even even a person who is very new to mobile technology must be able to use our app, and he must be able to view all the features that is being allowed in it, that is being accessed in it. So next slide. So like I said, the hardware mainly comprises of the Raspberry Pi 4B, a PSM004T CT coil, sensor, and a CT coil. For the software side, we have used Firebase, Android Application Studio, and a machine learning algorithm logistic regression. The programming language which we have primarily used is Python and Java. Next slide. Kritika, can you move on to our demo video, please?
Yes, Channing.
Half your time is up, so be careful in how you budget your time.
Yes, I'd like to explain about the implementation. As Janani said, the implementation goes into 5 phases. First was the hardware setup. Second is the database, that is a Firebase setup. Third is the testing phase. We tested the real-time database recorded values like current, voltage, and power, along with the meter values. Those were synchronized, and all the values were exactly matching. Then what we did is we fed all the values into the Lecky app in the form of graph. It would predict, it would show, and then the outcome which through our app is that the app is user friendly. As Janani said, it is even usable by a person who's new to the technology, and also the values were synchronized. Also, this will improve the energy conservation, and it will enable savings. These are implementation. These are hardware setup. Then goes our UML diagram. This is completely based upon our software. What are the pages in our app, and what we did, that complete process is given as a flow diagram. This will be explained in the video too. This is our app UI and Firebase recordings. Then comes our wow factors. We actually have 5 wow factors. This will be explained after explaining the video. Yes.
Kritika, the video is not playing.
One minute. It's loading. Actually, it's loading. Yes.
Oh, I'm still not able to view.
No, are you not able to view?
No.
No.
Okay, I've sent you the link. Kindly share that.
Okay, 1 minute. Actually, I'm presenting only, but I don't know where it went wrong or what. No. Still, is it not visible?
No. Kindly switch over to the video which I've sent you.
Okay, wait, 1 minute. I'll share. Have you sent in the chat box or what?
No. I've sent it to you.
Kindly send it in the chat box so that I'll be able to do it. Yeah, thank you. So 1 minute. This is due to some technical issue. Yes, now my screen is visible, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Now,
Sir, as you can see, this is our initial setup. This is our conventional electricity meter, which is predominantly in most of our house. We have considered that. This is the load which we have given, which is a 60-watt bulb and a 110-watt laptop charger. We have considered that as a load. And this is our sensor, PSM004T version 3.0 sensor, which we have connected it to the Raspberry Pi. So from the Raspberry Pi, we have connected it to our laptop. So when there's a no load reading, we can see that we can see the variations in the voltage, current, power factor, everything. And when a 40-watt bulb is used, we have a current of 0.10 ampere and a power approximate to it. And there is a 60-watt, actually it is a 110-watt charger, and a similar power is used. When both the load and the current is charger is used, we get the nearing value, the actual value. And this is our real-time database. Here we have stored it with a timestamp. So whenever if we face any issues, we can come back here directly, and if the time of occurrence is known.
Your time is actually up, but close in 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. This is our app UI. This is our application actually, which we have developed. You can see that we can register with the help of a mobile number, and OTP will be generated. So this is our homepage. These are the tips which we give. You can see, Kritika, can you kindly stop here? As we are running the Raspberry Pi that side, we can actually see play the video. We can actually see the graphs changing. So these are the live graphs which we have implemented, and we have the option, or we have an option of setting called the threshold limit. So once the threshold limit is reached, the user will get a notification saying that you have used so much of electricity today, so kindly reduce. We have developed that feature also. And these are the bill summary. And once the due is up, we have done a test payment using a Razor Pay here. So this is our we have paid, and the bill gets generated here. So as you can see, we can view the bills here. So this is our application on completely.
Yes, Chanan. So
yeah,
done with the video. Fine. Yes, 1 second. I'll just present the PPT once again. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yep.
Yeah, yes, sir. So video was played now. 1 second, sir. There's something.
You have 1 minute now.
Yes, sir. Meanwhile, I would like to explain about my ML predictions. I'll just yes.
What's going on?
Sir, actually some technical fault. Now I will present, and I'll just explain in short about the ML prediction alone. Give me 1 more minute, sir. I'll do that. I'll finish it up.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So our ML prediction side, I'd like to explain in short. What we did is, actually in our home, we have a lot of fluctuations. That is, sometimes we get a high voltage and sometimes it goes to a low voltage. What we did is, since due to this fluctuations, there is a lot of problem in the appliances. High voltage appliances get damaged. And what happens is, eventually the lifetime of the appliance is reduced. So what we did is, we took the values like voltage, current and power, which are independent variables. And what we did is, we predicted this with the help of this independent variable. We did a prediction like we divided them into classes like no load, normal, medium and risk. No load is that when there is no lights or fan glowing. Normal is that voltage, power and current is not at the normal condition, and risk is that when we have a high voltage or fluctuations like that. We divided them into several classes, and what we did is, with the help of this independent variables, we predicted a dependent variable, that is the class. So this was done using the machine learning technique, and this will help the people to know that if there is any fluctuation in the energy, or should I switch off my high voltage appliances at the earlier stage itself. So this prediction will help them to do this. So this is regarding the prediction. Also, we would like to conclude that with the help of our application, this will entirely support in saving energy and giving a wise solution to conserve energy for the future generation and also to use them in an optimal way, and also will help us to have a track of how much energy we are using in a day-to-day life. It is also necessary so that we can use them in a proper way. Sir, if you would like to want me to show the prediction side, we'll show.
That is for the future, right? It is not implemented. You're saying it's for the future.
No, it's implemented. I have the data sets also.
No, I don't think we have any more time. Let the judges ask questions.
Okay, sir.
Get
Fine.
told you clearly that you have 10 minutes. You have already taken 15 minutes now.
Sir, due to some technical issues.
Yeah, okay, no problems. Yeah, judges, the floor is open now for questions.
Okay, so good. See, I just wanted to know one thing. So, are you doing a replacement for the actual meter?
Yes, no, ma'am. Replacement, no, not as a replacement, sir. We are just going to add a sensor, that is a voltage.
It is like an add-on feature, ma'am. Like, because we have planned to implement it everywhere. So initially, a complete replacement will not be possible. So initially, we are giving it as an add-on feature.
1 minute. Okay, so other thing is that you are finding out some of the errors that happened in our systems and all.
Yes. Yes.
So then, why do you given a payment there?
No, ma'am. Actually, we have giving it a direct. See, the payment part we are not taking it as of now. The payment will be there in the portal. We are just giving more like of a monitoring system. So it's like more of where you can see what your progress is actually all about. So it is. We are not telling that the government is. We are not. We are helping the government. We are putting a platform to help the government as well as the users.
Okay. So users point of view, I mean, you would be identifying each day's consumption, and according to that, you can control your thing. So what ML algorithm you have used? You have just mentioned that it is a machine learning algorithm.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I would like to take up this question. Actually, the ML algorithm we have used is logistic regression. Okay. This is because we have already done our analysis with all the other algorithms. Logistic regression was the one which came out with 98% accuracy. And that it predicts a dependent. We have a lot of independent variables like current, voltage, and power.
Okay, so how did you get that data? Okay. How did you get that data?
Yes, ma'am. That data set actually I can show. 1 minute.
No, you no need to show. You just tell me which data set you have used.
Okay, ma'am. Data set is actually we made our kit to run. Actually, as Janani said, it was 40 wattage bulb that was made to run, and we checked it how much current, voltage, and power it is consuming, and with the help of that.
That means you have created the data set.
Yes, ma'am.
How many days or how you have taken the data?
Nearly 1 month. 1 month we took the data set, ma'am, and then we predicted it, and based on the current voltage and power values, we did the classification like normal, risk, and no load.
Why did you choose logistic regression?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, as I explained earlier, the logistic regression gives a better accuracy compared to other things. And also it helps in predicting the independent, with the help of independent variables, we can predict the dependent variables. That is current, voltage, and power, which are independent. It does not depend on one another. So this can be predicted and we can classify them into different classes, because logistic regression uses a classification technique and it divides them into different
classes. If it is independent, then why can't you go for a Bayes algorithm?
Ma'am?
If the data is independent, why can't you go for Bayes algorithm, naive Bayes algorithm?
Yes, ma'am. That also we checked, ma'am. It gave an accuracy of only 70%. So we did not go with that. And then finally we just went with the logistic regression.
Okay, over to Gladson.
Okay, what are the kind of alert or recommendations which is made by your system? Kind of alert or recommendations produced by your application?
Sir, actually for bill due, for notifications regarding the payment of dues, everything, we have planned to send SMS as well as app notification. So because sometimes if the users are not using, that is if the users are not available. Sir?
Yeah, due date. Due date
Yeah,
of bill
due
is
date.
informed, right? One thing. Okay, second.
Second is
thing?
second is when there is fluctuations, as Kritika mentioned, when there is fluctuations very badly, we'll suggest the users to switch off all the high voltage appliances such as fridge, AC, your televisions, everything. Third is our consumption, daily consumption. Like if we reach the threshold, that part we are still working on. If they reach the threshold value which they have set, for instance, daily, if they are utilizing this many units and they are nearing to cross that and everything, we are planning to send out notifications for that also.
Actually, not to make it smarter. Actually, your title is smart meter. Probably not to make it smarter, more smarter. You have to give some recommendation
Yes,
as
sir,
well as some alternatives, right?
Yes, sir.
Suppose
So,
you are asking that, okay, you are mentioning that you have to switch on this and that. They may not helpful every time, right? You have to give some alternative. How come it possible for you to adjust the bill? Likewise, okay, is it possible for you to make it?
yes, sir. That actually that part is what that problem statement has actually been given by the Smart India Hackathon team, and our solution proposed till now. We have been selected for the final, which is being held in 2 months, and we are working on that part because there is a need for us to tell how to optimize the usage that is being used at our homes. So what we are planning is we have consulted with an industrial mentor, and when he spoke, he was like, if we are able to get the precise value of each rooms, we might be able to suggest better. So we are working on that part currently, that is getting the room, getting what are the appliances that is being utilized in each and every home, and based on that our predictions will also change, so that will give them a more smarter option to bring down the usage.
Okay, what about the cost of the product which you have developed?
Sir, so far it is very apart from the Raspberry Pi, it is quite cheaper only. When we proposed it in our IIT incubation cell where they conducted this event, they asked us to keep a product price ranging from 2,000 to 2,500, as people will be ready to invest. That was a suggestion which we received when we presented it in the IIT PALS event, and there we were appreciated for this event, and we were recognized as the best project. And
No,
we were
apart from Raspberry Pi, you have to pay 2.5K. That is huge, right? This is not financially viable, right?
No, sir, actually, I'd like to take up that question. This cost involves the installation of the kit and also any service maintenance that we have. They can call upon, we give a customer review, like services also, like 24/7, whatever is the issue they face, we will help them to come across that issue. So in involving all these issues and also the fault, if any fault occurs, for that also repairs fee, all this we have come to a conclusion of having that amount, sir. So
that means you are offering AMC too, right? You are putting a contract. AMC also been incorporated. With that amount, you are saying that annual maintenance contract is also been incorporated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, included.
Yes, sir. Everything.
With
It's more like a one-time contract. It is more like a one-time investment.
Do you have any option of reducing the price?
Obviously, sir.
Anyway,
maybe if
do you have any
actually
in what way you can reduce it, right? I'm not saying that you have to slash down the price, okay, simply by losing something. That is not my concern. I am asking for, okay, is any possibility of reducing the price, okay, by replacing something with something else?
Yes, sir. Actually, regarding the reduction of prices, if at all we get to make any contract with the government, and the government gets and we get a tie-up, that time obviously the cost will definitely come down for the user's side, because because government will definitely take some part of us, and they will that time it will. And when we go for contracts in large cases like the industries which use power, and there when they order it in bulk, when the order is in bulk, definitely the prices will come down. We are expecting the prices to come down by 1,500 at least.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that. Now, given the fact that in most states smart meters are already being installed, it will take out the need for an additional Raspberry Pi and all that, because it can directly connect to the internet and communicate even through a SIM card. Some of them can take a SIM card and directly communicate. So why do you need any other device for the future?
Yes, sir. Actually, whatever is the advanced smart meter which you are speaking of is actually under development right now, and it will definitely.
Sorry, no. See, Kerala has been having prepaid smart meters for more than 5 years now.
Okay, sir.
So you can actually prepay, not household, but industrial parks. So these are actually
prepaid.
already based on SMS. You get an SMS, you pay the money, you get an SMS, you put it in, that's it. So that system is already working. And in most domestic houses, now they have installed smart meters. Where we are, it's a smart meter now. It has not been activated, but my point is that if it can directly communicate with the new breed of meters, why do you need another device now?
Sir, that is, we are actually planning to cover each and every household. Still, as you said, the prepaid meters and industrial meters are still not viable for people because we have people of all categories here, and this.
No, you are evading my question. My question is very clear. If the smart meter can directly communicate with the internet, do you think there's a future for your product?
Obviously, sir. Yes, we will develop.
What is the future? Where does it fit? What niche area are you going to kind of support that the smart meter cannot do?
Sir, before that, I'd like to say that prepaid meters you were saying, no, sir, that actually has some lot of drawbacks. So since if the user is not paid on time, what happens is they get completely shut down. So what happens, even if they're having any important meetings, they'll be unable to attend.
No, but they'll be able to track. They'll know that, okay, in 2 hours this is going to go down.
Yes,
and
sir.
If they don't act, then it should be like that.
They don't take an action on time. What
It
happens
is exactly what needs to be done.
Yes. So what we did is we didn't use any prepaid or
No, but that prepaid is industrial. But what I'm saying is the current new generation of meters currently being installed in houses are smart meters.
Yes, sir.
And they have the capability to directly communicate.
Yes, sir. Since we cannot change everything all at once, what we did is step-by-step improvement.
So you're saying that those places
and then,
where there are no smart meters, you could potentially use this.
Yes. That's what we did not want to confuse the customers by saying we are going to change the complexity of entire smart meter. We are going to change the entire meter at your home, and then a new meter will be installed. This takes a lot of time. But for now, even the government is taking a lot of time to implement smart meters at every home as an alternative to the real-time smart meter that is going to be implemented by the Indian government. They can use our alternative as a solution so that this can help in building the real-time, very realistic smart meters, which is going to be launched by our government.
See, take a look at the site called smartmeterindia.org. You'll find that about 80% of the states have already kind of begun or completed. The numbers are given there. So only a minority of states, Maharashtra, maybe Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, these are the ones left out now. Yes. All the others have started. So that's where we're heading actually. So so I think we are out of time now. So judges, do you have any other last questions before we close?
Yeah, we can close.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So thanks very much for your work. It's very interesting, and we hope that you will kind of push the product into a more completed, refined form, and that you'll have a market for it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team. So now the team can leave. The judges, please enter the breakout room to discuss and score. Judges, please note to come back here. So after the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, the judges have decided and we have updated the scoring sheet. Are you able to access it?
Yes.
So there are three winners. First position is one person, one team. Second, there are two teams. It's a tie. Okay.
Okay.
So anything else now?
Yeah, I would like to conclude this session.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So with this, we have reached the end of the final round evaluation schedule. This year's projects were a wonderful mix of technology and innovations. I'm sure that these sessions have excited anyone from the tech domain. We hope these projects have inspired numerous among you to dive into such exciting domains and projects. I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the judges for taking a big time from their busy schedules to help us evaluate the projects these 2 days. It would be really wonderful if the judges could share any of your valuable comments on the final round projects or maybe something about the event in general. Anybody wish to talk?
Overall, the projects are, good, and a lot of innovations and idea are there. Only thing is that the implementation side, there are some lapses because maybe because of the time constraints and because they are doing their exams and all. And we have done good justice to evaluate the project with all other jury members. So I'm very happy for evaluating this project and for the InApp CSI award. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yeah.
I got a nice experience by evaluating this CSI International Project Award 2022. We got projects from different states, and we got connection with the different people, the brains of different people, the students, how the students of the cross section of India are thinking. Most of the projects are really inspired projects that are wonderful, and the audience also got very much benefit out of it. Now we got some idea into which are the areas we can intervene, and probably this is an era of machine learning. And what are the various ways by which you can include such kind of ideas into our day-to-day applications and day-to-day business. So this is a real interesting or academic, very intellectual discourse which went on the last 2 days. Out of the 30 projects, we could able to bring out 3 projects selected for the prize, but still all are equally competent. When we look into the marks which is awarded to each and every project, we could find that the range of marks between 60 and around 80, 60 and 80. That it clearly shows that all project has got good stuff. Then, but they need some sort of guidance or some research help. If they get from the academic community, probably that can be bring into another level. Thanks a lot. For your attention. Bye.
This is Satish, and it's been a great experience for the last couple of days, looking at young people, in technology, coming up with projects and explaining to us what they had in mind. And it's good to see a kind of mixture of, there are certain projects which are socially very relevant and useful. Some of them are technologically very intense. Some of them have sweeping scope. And others have, I mean, the scope of the entire set of projects are quite large. And for us, it is a very interesting experience to listen to some of these things and understand and learn also in the process. So the way that the technology and the engineering colleges are running now seems to be that in some places at least there's a good guidance given to the students and they're able to perform very well. And maybe because the second round, but almost every presenter was very articulate and able to make the presentations. And I'd like to thank my co-panelists, jury members, Dr. Shirley and Dr. Gladstone, who kind of spent a lot of time for this. and it is a very kind of fruitful experience for all three of us. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the 6 project teams that presented today. I hope our judges were able to throw some light into your projects and hopefully make it all the more perfect. Finally, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the audience who stayed on till the end to support the teams. I hope we were able to ignite the minds of many through the whole process. The results of the finals and details regarding the final round will be shared later on our Facebook page and website. Once again, thank you for being a part of this event. Take care and have a great evening. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.